Good morning, honorable members. May I just check committee support if we have the numbers now to proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson. We have the numbers to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, greetings, honorable members. Greetings to the minister, people from the department. Let me also greet those that are following deliberations of the committee on the platforms provided by Parliament. Of course, I've been told we do have the numbers to proceed and consider the agenda as circulated. But for purposes of running our meeting properly, I would did remind ourselves of the rules of the National Assembly on this platform as adopted. Honorable members and all participants on the platform were reminded to ensure that at all times our mics are muted, video camera off, until at a time when you are recognized by the chairperson to speak. And at that point, you will then unmute your mic, switch on your video camera as you proceed to speak. In a situation where you experience connectivity challenges, I would ask for the permission of the chairperson to switch off your video camera so as to maximize the bandwidth and proceed to speak. Of course, from time to time, honorable members and participants on the platform, there will be situations where you may lose connectivity and have to reconnect. Please ensure at all times as you reconnect to the meeting that your video camera is off and your mic is muted, as mics are sensitive and could therefore pick up background sounds that may distract the speaker or the meeting itself. Wise point of orders are allowed in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. Members are advised to raise their hand using the gadget for them to raise point of order with their mics muted and video camera off until you are recognized by the chairperson. Then in that point, you would then proceed to raise your point of order. In a situation where I'm unable to see that hand as the chair, I'll be assisted by committee support to identify the member consent, and you'll therefore have an opportunity to raise your point of order on which the chairperson will upon in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. Well, I would further guided honorable members not to raise unnecessary point of orders to a point of collapsing the meeting on this platform. Having dealt with that guide, I take it that we are reminded of what is expected in order to use our time qualitatively in the meeting for matters that are before the committee. Of course, as we move to the actual agenda, I now see also on my side that other members have also come in. So we have, I think, more numbers are required to make decisions going forward. Without a waste of time, honorable members, as the committee support, will be flighting the agenda. I just want to use the opportunity, as this would be our last meeting, and I know we are holding this meeting at a time when Parliament would have also done farewell speeches, so we're almost done in that score. So we'll not meet and meet probably next year. But as we meet, of course, we are South Africans, and therefore as South Africans, we join those who are observing the passing on of a musician in our country, Bulelwa Mkutukane, popularly known as Zahara. Of course, those who follow her music, would agree that she would be remembered for very thoughtful songs that she would have been able to write and perform. And those songs indeed were entertaining, yet very educational about the life generally. But also, like I say, that education is also about how people face different situations. And I know that most people would know the Loliwe song because of how popular it was. But from an education point of view, even now, she would have seen money as destroying different layers of society, be it in a church, be it politicians, be it everybody, that the killings in the main are about those. So that's what I could remember quickly from a point of thoughtful, entertaining, but yet quite educating message from the songs. So may her soul rest in peace, and condolences to the family as we join other South Africans in doing so. Of course, honorable members, you'd be aware that in the previous meeting, I've also spoken to requests for extensions as we were dealing with the matter of the SABC bill, and would have indicated that we'll go back, look at the dates, because in any way when the advert was out, we would have looked at what the committee decided at the time and how the delays in the procurement processes would have affected the time. We have since issued a statement acceding to those that we take the comments on the bill to the 16th of January, and will then assess, of course, what would have been received by the committee. And as we would be dealing with the program for the next term, would be able to make a determination based on what would come before the committee on the way forward. But I can assure you that from the request received, it would appear that there is indeed much interest from different stakeholders to make a meaningful input in the bill itself. And I take it that when we have an opportunity as members, we'll also use that opportunity to ensure that the legislation that comes out does help reposition the SABC as expected to be a sustainable entity of the state. So with that having been said, I take it that the Honorable Minister is connected, and he can hear quite well from his side, as I asked the committee support to flight the agenda so that I explain also how we are going to tackle the agenda.
Chairperson, we just forgot about the apologies, Chair.
Okay. Can I then, as I said, if you can just check the agenda, but like I said, we'll then deal with the formality for purpose of decision making to check if committee support, I would have left any apologies that may have been received.
Chairperson, we have an apology from the Deputy Minister, and then apologies from Member Bodlani and Ms. Kubeka. Thank you, Chairperson.
So those are the three apologies, which I take on record. May I check, honorable members, if there's any member that want to raise an apology that may have not reached the committee support? I do see on the portfolio WhatsApp group that the Honorable Mthembu is raising connectivity challenges in case she gets out and come back from time to time. I would note that. But any other? So if not, those would be the apologies, and I take it that they are agreed to. As I said, looking at the agenda, those are the items. We will, of course, do as we usually do by giving firstly the Honorable Minister an opportunity to do the political overview, which Honorable Minister presents also an opportunity for you to take the committee into confidence on matters of interest to the portfolio as well as the South Africans. And of course, there's a lot that gets to be in the media before we know about it. And then gets to be the opportunity to give proper perspective on those matters in a way that takes the committee and the people of South Africa into confidence. So we'll do that, Minister. Of course, thereafter, then we'll start looking at the clock. That as we get to the actual presentations, members would have had an opportunity at least of looking at those presentations. And of course, the first would not be more than 20. We've seen that the second one, we've tried to summarize, which is on the SAPO, but we'll still give, of course, around 20 minutes in case there are matters to elaborate on, just to make sure that the committee is at the same level. So that will be in terms of the department and the ministry. And once we're done with those, we'll continue with the committee to look at the committee report, which will be more presented by content advisors. And as we deal with that one, we'll then make a determination on how, as this is the first draft, on how we are to handle the legacy report of the committee going forward, then take minutes, and the meeting in that scope would close. So I've been trying, Minister, to make sure that I try to get you closer to the mic and your video camera if connectivity is not giving you problems. But I'm sure you did get the sense of how we want to approach the meeting, that we start with you. But then after you, we'll start putting the clock in terms of the presentations that we're taking. The Honorable Minister Bele.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope I'm on camera at the same time being audible.
Both, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. But if we struggle with the bandwidth, as you usually say, you will actually, part of it, one side will give.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the honorable members and all other colleagues who are in the platform, be it senior managers and so on, and all those who give support, be it legal and technical or otherwise. Honorable Chair, I want to join you in expressing condolences for the departure of one of our brightest stars in Sahara. And taking into account the conditions of her departure is quite very painful, but she will live indelible fond memories in the hearts and minds of South Africans. Thought we'd join you that. And as you have already said, Chair, that farewell speeches have been done. Because we report to a committee that doesn't stop working. We are here to work. And we know it also helps us to take our work further. I just want to say, Chair, there are few things I'm going to say as you have actually given me that opportunity. Just as a quick overview on a number of issues before one focus exactly on what is on the platform. I want to make a point that one is almost 8 or 9 months now in the department. And I have been on a learning course. At the same time, a student who had to learn and deliver at the same time. And I want to thank the Portfolio Committee for understanding that situation. At the same time, I'm proud of the department that I'm leading for not making me look stupid in a tricky department like this one. Having said that, I thought it's important to share some few remarks with the Portfolio Committee Chair. For instance, on the area like SA Connect, that you would remember by March, we would have spoken about over a long time, having connected only 970 households because of a number of underlying reasons. We're quite happy, Chair, to say in that regard, we are beginning to move. The momentum is beginning to catch up, except that we're being threatened by budget cuts, which have got the potential to undermine a program that has got capability of being implemented quicker and with quicker impact. But we've taken a view of not complaining and do with what we have. It is against that background that I say, I'm happy to say to the committee, in just few months, we have been able to connect over no less than 7,000 households in less than 3 to 4 months across 16 districts. And we are also working hard, Chair, to change the pace. I have personally launched the project in Alfred Nzo, Herigwala, and intend to also launch it in Waterberg District Municipality. It was very much touching, Chair, in both Alfred Nzo and Herigwala. If I start in Herigwala, where 1,600 houses are put under what we refer to as mesh network. In other words, there's continuous connectivity in houses and in between houses. So whether you are just in the interspaces and the kind of businesses that have been empowered, especially when you look at the last end of the connectivity. I've seen the same thing in Mount Elif. One chap who posted that we lifted his market of chickens in a short space of time. What is actually amazing here, Chair, is that these interventions are beginning to do what a developmental state is supposed to do. And we cross fingers that we should hold on and not change the momentum, rather increase it both in terms of pace and scale, where poor people are able to have access to a gig for 5 rand. And I guess in Mount Elif, they pay no less than 249 unlimited for the whole month. To have access to a gig for 5 rand, and poor children have actually access to school books they would not have had access to. They are also spared the kilometers and unit distances they travel to get to those libraries. At times in those libraries, those books, some of them might not be there, but their cell phone has been able to access them to as many relevant books as they want, and they are able to write assignment. I've been able to talk to families who actually testified on this. It's quite a new development. And what excites me, Chair, is that already the big boys and girls are beginning to smell this coffee, depending on how we intensify the government side of investment, be it from laying out the infrastructure on which small business leverage, and also the amount of money through the Broad Access Fund of the President, where we pay so much per house connected. How that translates to the affordability by the poor communities is beginning to be exciting news. But what's going to count as we intensify from November and October, because funds disbursements were delayed, we hope by end of March to report a different story. We thought it is important to share that indeed the connectivity in these activities is beginning to show that if you want to unlock the economy of this country and be sure that you are inclusive in what we refer to as meaningful connectivity, that is doable, and especially when the state plays a significant role. We're excited about that. Despite the budget cuts enforced by Treasury, we continue to make strides in connecting society, as I've already spoken. I think I've already spoken about economic benefits share, where, for instance, broadband infrastructure, Centec and CETA have established enterprise and supplier development strategy with the aim of empowering the historically disadvantaged groups and to improve the triple B status in a more meaningful way. The key thing, one of the challenges of the digital dispensation chair is how it is going to contribute to a higher rate of participation by SMMEs. And we are challenged in this area by the World Broadband Infracore Summit, which we had in New York, which spoke about 5 pillars that are key for SMMEs to flourish in this industry. Amongst them being secure connectivity, affordable connectivity, and the knowledge of the value that lie in online business, knowledge and digital skills, and the safety of doing business with those SMEs in online. These opportunities are becoming very clear, and we are challenged to actually unlock the economic potential that lie in there. The internet service providers have come up with innovative packages that are reducing the cost of data and ultimately reducing the digital divide. The SOCs have defined strategic approach which supports combination towards employment opportunities. I've already spoken about that. This program is estimated to provide employment opportunities of no less than 4,000, made out of skilled professionals and semi-skilled labor force. Over 79 SMEs have now been tasked to supply core network and connectivity through public Wi-Fi hotspots or direct access to homes. I'm happy to inform the committee chair that amongst SMEs are youth-owned companies, women-owned and enterprise-owned persons with disabilities. 200 jobs are supported with 158 youth employees. 87 of those are women and 1 person with disabilities. We can do better there. The state-owned companies will continue to appoint additional SMEs and empower new subcontractors from the local communities where the construction will be taking place. We've already seen this happening in Mount Elif and Kokstad. We hope to see the same in Motimul Lane, in Waterberg.
Chairperson.
Hello?
Chairperson.
Hold on, Honorable Minister. Honorable Tambo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, Minister, but I can't hear properly because it keeps cutting. I think the bandwidth is not great on the side of the Minister. So maybe we can indulge him by allowing him to switch off the video because it keeps cutting. So I think it may be best if he switches off the video with his indulgence, of course. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo. So that on my side, there's not been anything. I could hear the Minister properly. But Minister, in the interest of everyone,
I'm trying to do the best. I take that as a courteous request to improve for everyone, Chair. I'm going to switch off the camera. We are saying other benefits created from this program is a universal broadband connectivity support in underserved communities that support local vendors to expand their services and reach more customers. Local businesses can thrive as entrepreneurs in online. We've seen this happening. Additional students can participate in online schooling due to stable broadband infrastructure. Actually, these developments, the most stimulated, and the people who find it more exciting is even younger people. The biggest impact I've seen and communities have benefited from is the cheap cost of data, which I've already spoken about. For years, we've been grappling with the intervention on reducing the cost of data. To our members, the communities that have been connected are benefiting from data package of 1 gig per day as low as R5, and monthly uncapped data packages ranging from 289. We see this as a game changer. On the next generation radio frequency spectrum policy, Chair, I am happy to report that on the 29th November, Cabinet approved the publication of the final version of the next generation radio frequency spectrum policy in the Government Gazette. At its heart, honorable members, the spectrum policy envisages economic inclusion of all South Africans, bridging the digital divide and connectivity divide, which continues to exclude rural, remote, and underserved communities. This policy seeks to drive down the cost of communication and avail more spectrum to support technology innovation and emerging technologies. Through the use of the spectrum policy will enable the sustainability development goal of support for the provision of universal and affordable access to internet. Chair, honorable members, to ensure social, cultural, and sustainable economic development within country, the spectrum policy intends to support spectrum allocation and licensing for fixed mobile broadcasting, aeronautical and maritime, satellite research and development, community access, and other vertical industries, such as manufacturing, mining. In other words, this new generation seeks to be as broadly allocated as possible to those key services that society cannot do without. The spectrum policy continues to recognize the provision of spectrum for government services, including security services, as classified in Chapter 11 of the Constitution. Spectrum for public protection and disaster relief, including pandemics and public safety. That is also what is taken care of. At the center of our challenges, Chair, as government, is the high cost to communicate. On several occasions, we were advised by the mobile operators that if we release the spectrum, it will lead to reduced cost of communication. We have since done so through the March 2020 spectrum auction by ICASA. Processes and activities are underway to finalize the broadcasting digital migration program. Completion of the first phase of the 31st July 2023 has ensured that digital dividend spectrum licensed during the auction is fully available for use by mobile operators. Chair, the ball is now on the mobile operators' court to lower the high data costs. Whilst the fiscal stood to gain 14.2 billion from the March 2020 spectrum auction, the acquisition of the spectrum bands is skewed in favor of those with deep pockets. We make this point. We also raise this with the cabinet. This implies promoting anti-competitive behavior, the perpetuation of a closed spectrum market, which supports vertical integration and which excludes SMEs and further promote an exclusive spectrum regime supporting economic growth for few markets. That's why the new generation becomes very critical. Since the introduction of mobile networks, the rollout of these networks and services have not been prioritized in areas where there are lower returns on the investment for operators, resulting in connectivity divide, which continues to promote the exclusion of rural, remote, and underserved communities. I just want to make the point, Chair, that now that the spectrum has been made available below 800 to telcos, it gives them an opportunity to make use of the frequencies that cost them less, to actually lessen the excuse of not actually making sure that poor communities have access to 5G, because they're able to do both, improving quality of business to the poor at the same time, extracting some margin as the commercial world. Our policy and regular reforms must be agile and flexible as demonstrated in this spectrum policy. It advocates for more spectrum allocation and streamlining or elimination of regulatory reform, which impede efficiency in spectrum use, does not support economic inclusion, viability and sustainability of SMA, does not support rollout of networks including rural and remote and underserved areas. These are the issues that we are trying to attend to. While it might be viewed that the policy is centered around mobile services, the policy also supports the use of other technologies, such as satellite and alternative infrastructure, such as Wi-Fi and community network, as means to bridge the connectivity divide. Satellite slots is one other key item that is being dealt with now in the World Radio Telecom Conference as we speak, an attempt to secure those slots for the developing countries. Spectrum policy also sets a roadmap for the sunset of 2G and 3G to ensure that South Africa also thrives and benefits from digital economy. While this was viewed as controversial, I'm happy to indicate that some operators have expressed their support for the suspension of these old services. As such, we are working with the government departments, industry, and affected parties to ensure smooth transition, stimulating the local manufacturing for replacement of devices, and building of sound, vibrant digital infrastructure that will support South Africa's aspiration in the fourth industrial revolution in digital economy. If I were to close this part, the existing legislative framework is almost 20 years old. Thus, to respond to growing technology changes, over-the-top services, changing market demands, globalization, localization, and increased public safety and security, we need, as government, to review the Electronic Communication Act, including the part that deals with the spectrum management. We will come back in 2024 to share more on the policy intervention, as we hope with your support we can make. Share on the Digital and Future Skills National Program. As a department, we acknowledge the critical importance of having a digital skills society for this digital era. So, to accelerate and contribute to government's goal of training 2.5 million South Africans in digital skills, the department held 2023 Digital and Future Skills National Conference in October in East London. The theme of the conference, if I had to open quote, is realizing the digital economy, scaling up skills development for innovation, in close quotes. Total number of 302 people with strong participation of youth were in attendance. 950
Not sure if it's on my side, but it got cut, Minister.
The participation of the 10 provincial government with commitment to support. Yes. Hello. Chairperson?
No, I can hear you now, Minister. I was just saying probably it was on my side. There was a time you got cut.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Of key importance to highlight was the participation of 108,000 people on various digital rated skills. The partnership agreements are being finalized. We hope to give progress report by the end of March on this. Chair, the following matters were emphasized during those discussions. One, in the digital era, innovation and entrepreneurship are critical for driving progress in addressing societal and economic issues. Increased participant network and collaboration by providing a platform for stakeholders from various industries to connect, share experiences and best practices and explore potential partnership. Another point is large-scale aggressive campaign to stabilize the content and curriculum of basic education in support of skills development across South Africa, focusing on lifelong learning programs, digital literacy, vocational and technical training, fostering public-private collaboration, improving access to education and curriculum adaptation. A platform or forum must be developed to connect qualified job seekers with relevant opportunities. These are some of the things that came up. To say some, if I could to say a few remarks on the SABC chair. Chair, as per our previous commitment to ensure that the development of the new overarching strategy aimed at dealing with SAP's revenue growth challenges and guide the path towards a long-term financial sustainable broadcaster, I am pleased to inform the Patrol Committee that the SABC, late as it may be, board developed and submitted to the department a future-oriented draft overarching strategy on 30 November 2023 for engagement with the department. The strategy, Chair, focuses on the both short and long-term strategic intervention. It has been developed in consideration of current operating environment, constraining the financial position of the public broadcaster, as well as its mid to long-term sustainability imperatives. This has culminated into identification of the need to work towards the attainment of 6 key strategic pillars, namely financial sustainability, content and platforms, digital transformation, human capital, governance, and partnership. These strategic pillars, Chair and honorable members, anchor the corporation's turnaround initiative and measure for the next 5 years explicitly aimed at enabling the public broadcaster to regain and retain its competitive advantage and lost in the South African environment and the continent, respectively. More importantly, honorable members, the board has also identified 10 critical success factors that will guide the strategic direction of the corporation if it is to succeed in remaining relevant in the rapidly changing media landscape. It is therefore important to note that this strategy will require a rigorous assessment to be undertaken by the department to ensure that it is feasible, bankable, and aligned to legislative and policy reviews and or proposals contained in the bill, amongst others. Accordingly, honorable members, I expect that this process will be finalized as soon as possible, and the SABC board will submit a final strategy and corporate plan for my consideration and approval in January 2024. And then we expect, once that is done, wishing to inform the committee that the SAP board has finalized the appointment process. Once that is done, we'll be able to actually, together with the SAPC, present ourselves on that corporate plan. I also wish to inform the committee that SAP's board has finalized some of the key appointments. The group CEO, who is expected to commence with effect from February. I've been negotiating that she starts from January. There seems to be amenability on that. They have also appointed, from my information, a sales manager who seems to be having a reputable record, Ms. Diamond, and Mr. Majija on the legal regulatory space. Now, if I am to come to the item at our disposal, I wanted to first speak about the audiovisual. I'm saying we are addressing you today when we are going to the tail end of this thorough process of finalizing the white paper on how the country will regulate and legislate the audio and audiovisual media services online content safety beyond 2024. Chair, the officials of the department will go into details of the paper, but I thought I should reassure the members of the parliament and the public on the following. That by 2024, government will finalize the white paper on audio and visual media services and online content safety to deal with the promotion of local content, local language, cultural diversity, and heritage, and protect local media against unfair competition by international emerging media. 24-25, honorable members, government will table legislation that is intended to implement key legislative issues emanating from the final white paper to address, amongst other things, issues related to media diversity and pluralism and promotion of investment and new entrants in the new audio and audiovisual media services and infrastructure sectors. Just not forgetting the fact that, Chair, our understanding is that we are tabling this today for engaging the committee, because the proper process, it would have supposed to have gone via cabinet. But because of the high level of interest, we thought we should actually yield to the committee just to update the committee where the paper is as we speak. Before I would hand over to the department, I would like to reiterate that this draft white paper seeks to create an enabling environment for the provision of inclusive audiovisual content services to all people of our country. The white paper, Chair, will result in more effective and proactive audiovisual policy and regulatory environment characterized by a more innovative, dynamic, and forward-looking convergent sector. It will transform the linear and non-linear audiovisual sector to enable the industry to take advantage of the new opportunities, such as new platforms to access content, new revenue streams. The impact is expected to be realization of a socially cohesive and economically inclusive society, a promotion of fair and effective audiovisual services and network competition. This will potentially, in our view, encourage usage thereof and improve competitiveness of economic sectors, reduce cost of doing business and of all households, ensure universal access and affordability with regard to audiovisual network. Honorable members, you will recollect that it has been acknowledged in our 4IR report that the use of Industry 4.0 technology opens new opportunities for the audiovisual and creative economies or sectors. The sector has started using artificial intelligence, metaverse, or augmented reality and virtual reality, drones, to ensure that quality programs, whether news or entertainment, are produced. The final white paper will allow our sectors to swiftly respond and update their business strategy, leveraging on artificial intelligence and advances in the generative AI. The emerging trends around podcasting is also encouraging, as young people are using this to create various forms of content, and that creates digital job opportunities and revenue, as well as business for many that are able to take advantage of it. Share the digital games market and animation will create job opportunities for digital savvy young people in South Africa. The white paper, alongside creative industry master plan, will have a widespread economic impact and ensure that there's correct support to independent producers, the creation of jobs and investment in the new digital 4IR. When the policy is finally being implemented, we hold a view, honorable members, that it will be the source of new employment opportunities when new channels are being licensed by ICASA and new productions and programming which will offshoot employment of youth and SMMEs across the sector in various services industries, such as hospitality, makeup artists, creatives, props and extra, and other vendor support areas. The production of local content will cause economic boom across the breadth of our country, we have no doubt, and no longer be confined to Joburg, Durban, and Cape Town. We intend to revitalize rural and depressed urban communities by ensuring that they participate actively in the digital economy. Honorable Chairperson, we are working closely with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Creative Industries Master Plan due to the fact that our mixed podcast and media market sits within a broader ecology called creative industry. And the Creative Industries Master Plan has been identified as one of the key levers under the ERP, which will contribute to the GDP, to the national employment, as it is largely populated by freelancers and SMEs. The white paper will contribute to growth, success, and creation of value to the community, commercial and public players. Through sustained public and private investments, new digital skills like gaming and animation will be encouraged and harnessed across all our provinces. This will create multiple ripple effects across the sector. It is anticipated, honorable members, that there will be broader pool of creative sector businesses and non-creative sector businesses will benefit. Job creation and employment opportunities, we expect them to be created. We expect that there will be growth in exports and growth in inward investment, especially those opportunities targeted at the innovative youth. In general, the white paper, Chair, honorable members, will stimulate the wider media sector and even support the sector within the context of challenges ahead. It continues to support South African broadcasters and independent production sector to ensure that there is employment opportunities for local and national productions, prominence of South African content and exposure of diverse talent and digital skills of youth, women and entrepreneurs that South Africa developed over the years. With those words, Chairperson, allow me to conclude by saying that I have engaged various key stakeholders within this sector who have impressed upon me the urgency of finalizing this process to ensure fairness and parity in the sector. Therefore, Chairperson, I'm happy that the committee has provided us with this opportunity to update and in the larger South African, to update it and the larger South African public interested in the market, how it is addressed by the content as articulated. I would request if the chair so indulge the DG to go to the presentation. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As I indicated earlier on, that's when we start putting up the clock. And you've covered, I think, quite a space in terms of the first presentation, but I'll still say maximum 20, and then we get to the business rescue, the same there. And then I would want that when members then engage, they also engage the points you may have raised, if there will be issues to deal with there. So we'll take both presentations, members, so I agree. And then we engage everything else that has also been raised by the Minister before we get to items of the committee, so that once we're done with that, we can be able to release them as we deal with our own items of the legacy report and minutes of the committee. So, DG, I'm sure you would have yet the timelines. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are, Chair. I hope I am also audible. Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good morning to all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. And thank you very much, Minister. Chair, I'm going to request my colleague, Mr. Colin Mashile, to kindly take us through the first presentation. The second presentation is going to be done by the business rescue practitioner. We've taken note of your time frame and we'll definitely adhere to that. Thank you. Zayton, if you could kindly put up the presentation, please.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Hajira, can you please allow me to share?
You've got co-rights.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mashile, please go ahead.
Don't be quiet. Don't be quiet.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Honorable-
Thank you, Joe. I'm told that I'm audible now. So, Chairperson, if you can go to slide number 3, Zaitun. Thanks, DG Minister, Portfolio Committee members, the Chairperson, and the members of the executives and the public. So, Chair, this slide, the Minister has indicated in terms of his presentation that globally, what we are doing, various countries are reviewing their policies and regulatory approaches, especially related to the audiovisual sector. And this happens at the level of the ITU, which has been looking at the review of regulations. And this is in line with its 5.0 regulatory framework, where it encourages all the regulatory authorities and policymakers to promote what is called collaborative work. And that's why the Minister was saying that we've been working with the sector and all the interested stakeholders to come up with policies that will benefit the sector. And in terms of slide 4, so Chairperson, what has happened is that to reassure the members and the public is that what we are doing, Chairperson, we have found that various countries recently and over the last 5 to 10 years have been changing their policies. Here we are highlighting the New Zealand case where they are dealing with a regulatory system to regulate online content and aligning it to the current situation. In Ireland, they've just passed a Online Safety and Media Regulations Act that amends their Broadcasting Act and merges all the regulators that are dealing with content. They are placed within one regulatory authority now that will also deal with online content, media diversity, and other issues. But we have also observed, Chairperson, that in the Nordic countries, they have merged their authorities to deal with all issues related to the media, whether it's diversity, media literacy, classification, children protection, how to deal and address issues related to fake news and misinformation. Next slide. And there's a matter that is in front of the Australian side, Chair, has been dealing with the online safety as well, where the equivalent of ICASA has a commissioner dealing with online content matters and protection of children. So the UK has also given its regulator, which is Ofcom, the responsibility to deal with online safety as well. And Ofcom has also been given powers to regulate the BBC, the equivalent of the SABC, and also report on an annual basis in terms of how it has done with regards to its public service mandate, and also whether it will require new funding or not. So it's playing a very key role in terms of holding the BBC accountable and ensuring that the issues that are related to funding and its future are protected, which is in line with what the ECA had indicated in terms of Section 20 of the ECA. The next slide. So, Chairperson, currently, the members will also remember that there's a matter that the Competition Commission had taken up related to how Google and others will be able to deal with new news companies. So we had engagement with the Competition Commission, and we had agreed that it was them that will be able to deal with the matter. So Canada has done the same thing, where it has produced a new act called a News Online Act, and they are at the stage where they are implementing it and have given some policy direction to the regulator, which is the CRTC. And there is a greater collaboration between the regulator, the policymaker, and the OTTs there, and the news organizations in terms of how will they deal with issues of fair payments. The next slide. So here, Chairperson, what we are saying is that, as the Minister indicated, we had wanted to finalize this process by now December, but due to the request to ensure that the sector participate meaningfully, so we had to extend the deadline. And what it did, Chair, it pushed the deadline for the finalization to the 31st of March next year. And what we have done is that we are currently engaging with the feedback, which is highly paramount for us from the stakeholders that have commented in terms of the white paper that we have published. We are also seized with responding not only to the industry, but what is happening around us from a policy perspective in terms of the rationalization of SOEs, and how do we ensure that we have a co-regulation and a self-regulatory sector that will address all the issues that are emerging within this sector, Chairperson, and also technological neutrality issues and parity. We can go to the next slide. So, Chairperson, what we had done is that when we started the process and engaged with the industry, with the last reiteration, which was the draft final white paper, we had published sort of draft positions. And we had indicated, Chair, that in terms of the moving forward, the proposed licensing framework will cater for three approaches. That is, there will be those that will be licensed, that will be those that will require registration, there will be those that will require notification. But what we are also doing is that, Chairperson, we are saying that there will be those that will not require the above, but they need to comply with the regulations that are governing the sector and that are done by the various regulators. So we are outlining this, that this is what we had put out for comment, and people have commented on it. And once we finalize the white paper, we will be taking final positions. The next slide. So this one, Chairperson, I think it's what the Minister had indicated, that, but I think the most critical point is that we will want to create value and participation by persons with disabilities and promote their access. But what we also need to do, Chairperson, is that to realize this policy objective, which is also part of the next steps, we are going to be engaging with the regulators to say, how do we put in place regulatory measures that will ensure that the sector survives beyond the 4IR era, and it's also sustainable, and there is inward and outward investment, as the Minister had indicated. So here we're just indicating the broader impact which the Minister had read in his speech. The next slide. So, Chairperson, as the Minister indicated, we have been working very closely with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, the ones that deals with funding of the or incentives to the creative industry sector, and with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Tourism to develop the Creative Master's Plan. So in terms of that Creative Industries Master Plan, there are issues that are related to our sector that is being chaired by one of our colleagues. So what we did when we were engaging and with the last issues of the reiteration of the white paper, we had ensured that the issues that were raised in the Creative Industries Master Plan that was approved by Cabinet are included, so that there is coordination within government in terms of what has to be done. So those are the issues that are being dealt with in terms of the Creative Industries Master Plan in the white paper. We address issues related to the production industry, how we address investment and encourage investment, how we also deal with local content, and how we also ensure that the OTTs or the companies that are operating here have same obligations like the South African broadcaster. So, and also how we collectively address the new digital skills, which is also part of our partnerships, and in line with what the Minister was saying, that we held that digital skills meeting in the Eastern Cape. The next slide. So in terms of the specific issues, Chair, as we have indicated, we have raised the issues for related to the persons with disability, and at that end we were saying, because the production of content that has to address issues related to persons with disability is a little bit expensive because it requires various other technologies. We had said that since it's part of universal access, we had looked at how the Universal Service Fund can fund this project in terms of the money that has been paid. So we put out this for public comments, and people have commented. We have also said, moving forward into the online environment, there's going to be a need for targeted focus on the protection of children and consumers. So we raised various issues related to this to say, in terms of how do we protect children online, especially where there are issues that were raised during the films and publications at the debate. How do we ensure that children are not abused online? So, and how do we also ensure that the codes of conduct and guidelines are developed by the sector to ensure that the children are protected and consumers are also protected? So there has been comments. We will be also being finalizing on this. The next slide. So this was an issue, Chair, that has been coming to the portfolio committee a lot, mass carry and findability. What we have found, Chair, was that moving forward, because of the multi-channel environment, you are going to have a situation where you require the South African content to be visible. And you do not do it via a mass carry, but you do it via a new policy area, which is related to what is called findability and discoverability. Because in all of this environment, you'll find that one has access to catalogs and more than 200 channels. So policy across the globe is that how do you ensure that anything that is viewed in South Africa prioritizes South African content, and that within the catalogs, one of the few catalogs that you find when you open website to any other or when you open the catalog of those OTT services, that you are not struggling to find South African content. So what we are saying is that this is going to require a new approach, and it might not be mass carry, it will be findability and discoverability. And this we have also raised issues on, and it's going to be part of our positions that we are going to put forward when we finalize the white paper, Chairperson. The next slide. So we had recognized, Chairperson, that our sector requires local and foreign direct investment because it's competing now with competitors that are deep-pocketed, that have various international investors. So we said that there's a consideration that we should take the maximum percentages to 49. And this had come up, Chairperson, as we had indicated previously, at the investment summit and through various engagement with foreign investors. But what we are also saying, Chairperson, is that in terms of the continent, what we are also calling for, even for the international ones, is reciprocity, where if you come and invest in South Africa, if there are South Africans that have the money and want to invest in the country, that where these companies are coming from, South Africans should also be allowed to invest. We have seen a situation where something that was never imagined that is happening in the United States, where foreign direct investment to up to 100% is being allowed for people to own the broadcasting services. So this was largely pushed by the industries to say we need to assist them so that they get investment into the infrastructure that is needed, new skills, and also related to the programs and programming. So we will come up with a final position when we present the white paper to Cabinet in March. The next slide. So one of the key issues, Chairperson, that is emerging, which I think when the committee was at the GCIS dealing with misinformation and disinformation, is related to the digital media and information literacy. So we thought that for South Africa to track its progress, what has been happening across the globe is that you have one regulatory authority being responsible for this, but working with other regulators, for example, the Department of Education and other entities. So here, Chairperson, we are saying that a new regulator or the regulator of the future has to be responsible for digital media and information literacy. That would assist the sector, the South Africans, to engage with the new digital economy and the new digital sector. So, and also, because it will require research and engagement, we had also indicated that we might be persuaded by a position where it also gets funding from the Universal Service Fund, because that will be for diversity and other issues, and it will not be different from what other countries are doing, Chairperson. And the next slide. So in terms of online safety and media regulations, Chairperson, what we are saying is that in the current environment, we do not have apologies for that, Chairperson. We did not have, it's slide 15. So we do not have any regulator dealing with this matters in a coordinated way. When we started the white paper, I think the intention was to ensure that there is a consolidated regulator that will deal with this online safety and media regulation issues. And this, we are saying it's an approach that has been adopted by various countries where you have all of this within one regulator, so that you do not have the entities going to various regulators. And these are the realities of the digital economy that we're operating within. So that's why at the beginning we had indicated with those international benchmarking that from that, Chairperson, you can see that all of the issues related to online safety and media regulation are consolidated within one regulator. So here we are just reflecting on that. And those that have done it in the last few years, which is UK, Australia, Canada, Ireland, and the US. The next slide. So, as the Minister indicated, Chairperson, we appreciate this invite because it allows us to also update the industry and South Africans. What has happened, Chairperson, is that the submissions, the last submissions came in on the 9th of October. So we have started with the analysis of the submissions. What we have also done, Chairperson, because we have to update our socio-economic impact analysis, we have engaged with the presidency and shared with them the analysis that we have made, and so that by January, February, we finalize our white paper in the CS. But what will happen, Chairperson, is that our intention is that because we have a schedule of cabinet meetings and of our Forum of Directors General, FOSAT, what we will do, Chairperson, once we finalize, we will take it to our peers within government, which is at the various clusters. Then once they have approved, we will take it to the cabinet committee and the final cabinet. And we intend to do this by the 31st of March, because this is the promise that we had made, that by 2024, we should be having a final white paper. Then in the next 6 months after that one, Chair, we will be engaging with the regulators in terms of how do we implement this. Then later on, towards the December, November, there, we will be starting to draft all the bill that will be turning this into a legislative framework or an act of parliament, and we will submit that to the next parliament, Chair. Next slide. For public record, Chair, we wanted to show the members that we have heard about 40 stakeholders that we have made submissions. That is the list of those that we have captured, Chairperson. The next slide. So out of the 40 submissions that we received, Chair, because of COPIA, we had to ask, because we needed for openness, we received permission from 29 stakeholders to publish their submissions online in the department website. And then there were 6 that said they will appreciate that we hold back and not publish. but we were adhering to the POPIA principles. So what will happen, Chairperson, is that anyone who's interested in viewing the submissions, they can visit the department website, and we have uploaded those submissions that have been agreed that we publish them. But the list is that one, Chairperson, that we have presented to the Portfolio Committee. Next slide. So, but Chairperson, we also wanted to indicate that the other issue that we are also dealing with that is critical to the white paper is around the issue related to the national sporting events. As you could see, that with rugby, netball, and all of those, through the participation of our ministers, South Africans were able to watch those national teams. So what we are saying, Chairperson, is that we will want to see a situation where South Africans continue to watch all these national teams free to air, and we are strengthening the section related to how we are supposed to do it. But I think with the win of the rugby and the participation in the netball, Chairperson, I think our policy position was strengthened because South Africans were able to celebrate what we managed to win through the viewing of the free to air, because it was the most popular. So all the South Africans were able to watch our national team. So we will also be addressing that issue of national sporting events. With that said, Chair, I would like to thank the members and the minister and the DG, and hand over to my next colleague.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'll take guidance from you if we'll take the next presentation, or would you pause here for question?
No, as I would have said, that would take the presentations. The only thing I would check would be, because the minister never made reference to the BRP process, whether I wanted to introduce the process, or should they just move straight to the business rescue practitioners. Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think it was an omission, and I thank you for your appreciation of that gap. And I will not mess up your time on this one, if you so allow, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I thought it would be appropriate to upfront, before there's a presentation of this very critical item, that we just refresh our minds that it is a common knowledge that following the placement of the post office on the business rescue on 10 July by High Court, business practitioners were appointed, Mr. Anush Ruplal and Mr. Wanuto Demons, as joint business rescue practitioners, and they had until 30 November to develop publish a business rescue plan, which they did. From my own observation, it is one of those very short interventions, which is not common in terms of the time they have taken. The DAV rescue plan, Honorable Chair, got published on the 23rd of November for comments. It was scheduled to be voted by SAPO creditors on the 7th of December. As the shareholder government representative, we welcome the decision by SAPO's creditors to have voted in favor and for having adopted the rescue plan. We would like to commend the PRPs for having managed to achieve this great milestone within stipulated time frame, and a very challenging operation, because what it means, Chair, SAPO is being allowed to actually live again in the interest of those who need its service the most, and give account of itself different from what led to what it is, what it became. Because in some of the documents we've just looked at, some of the omissions are clearly issues that were avoidable, which are underlying reasons which made SAPO to go down. This is a great milestone in that it has not only reinforced the nullification of liquidation of SAPO, but it will go a long way to ensure that it is turned around into a functional entity which competes as an equal player in the digital era. It means we are going beyond the situation where a lot of people have been impacted upon, especially on the day-to-day postal services, as it affects, in particular, the underserved and the historically disadvantaged areas. I would like to reiterate the point that South African Post Office remains an important institution in our postal service network, nationally and in the SADC region. I was quite surprised when I attended the conference to open the UPU offices. What a bearing South African Post Office has in the SADC when it is not operating. We remain committed to ensuring that we build a post office of tomorrow which provides quality, affordable, and accessible service to the people of our country, particularly in the digital era. So we appreciate, honorable members, the cooperation and support of the various stakeholders, including SAPO creditors, labor unions, customers, government, in particular the Portfolio Committee. From the time the SAPO was placed into business rescue to later, it was all hands on deck. We humbly request that the support and cooperation be continued through the business rescue process, because this is our sister share in our efforts to ultimately bring SAPO to a financial stability, which will be of mutual benefit to all. With the main objective to stabilize, these are three elements that are critical. The proposal will demonstrate how stabilization should take place, how survival will be secured, how future-proof to the business going forward will be actually organized. Included in the business rescue plan, presentations are proposed interventions by the BRPs. These entail strategic drivers, which includes but not limited to the following, amongst others: sustainable financial performance, restoration of balance sheet and improvement of business liquidity, infrastructure, systems and processes, and repairing of the SAPO engine room and footprint, leveraging commercial partnerships, customer centricity, which is one of the major reasons, if you look at the background that led to the fall of the institution. The plan also proposes a Section 189 of the Labour Relations Act process, which the BRP are having ongoing engagement with labor unions, which is a matter between them and the labor union as we sit. On our side as departments, we've urged that everything must be done to protect jobs as possible during this rechannel, during this process. That is why the department chair has advocated for owner-driver scheme to rechannel resources, skills, and knowledge of SAPO employees to own business. But the basic thing that will have to be done, we are very clear in the department that whatever we do, the most critical thing is a viable SAPO, because a viable SAPO stands a strong opportunity to expand and intensify the economy and create more jobs going forward. But a non-viable one can't do this. It's both harmful to itself and harmful to those who are supposed to receive its services, especially those who do not have access to that true socio-economic situation. Chair, there's an acknowledgement that strategic partnership will have to be formed in order to enhance the growth and functionality of SAPO. We understand that the joint BRPs will be considering various proposals in this regard following the adoption of the plan. And we must reiterate that government has no intention to privatize this institution at all, because the day we do that, it will be the worst betrayal to the historically disadvantaged and underserved communities. We would rather identify strategic opportunities and partnership to revitalize. SAPO must still ensure, in our view, that the Universal Postal Service as it remains, the Universal Postal Services as it remains the only footprint for government and citizen services platform in some areas, particularly in the rural communities. We would like to reiterate the existence of SAPO, that the existence of SAPO is critical for that global postal network, as SAPO is still regarded as a regional hub for mail and parcels. I've already made the SADC reference in this regard. The department is encouraged that the plan aligns with the long-adopted plan of government in relation to SAPO, which is the post office of tomorrow. If you look at the presentation, it's a lot of SAPO of tomorrow strategy elements that are actually included. It also redefines the relationship between the institution and the post bank as we move towards establishing the post bank into a commercial state-owned bank. We're also excited that the SAPO amendment bill is now being processed in the parliament, and the bill is very critical in the realization of some of the key elements of the business rescue plan. The 3.8 billion funding requirement for the implementation of the rescue plan will be expedited, and we expect so because those are some of the conditions the cabinet agreed, and the court granted us this option of rescue. The department has already kickstarted the engagement with National Treasury. Now that the rescue plan has been adopted by SAPO creditors, the submission to cabinet will be made. SAPO's joint business rescue practitioners, Messenger, Anush, Rupal, and Juanito will be taking portfolio committee through the presentation on the business rescue process, including an overview of the business rescue plan. I want to repeat as I end before they started the detailed presentation. We've been having a very productive relationships, all the key players in this. We just cross fingers that this is the opportunity for the sake of our people who should not be wasted. I will allow then the detailed presentation to proceed, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, and honorable members, and everyone on the call. Thank you, Minister, for the background and the status as to where the business rescue process is at. So we appreciate the opportunity to address the committee this morning. We have prepared a small presentation, and Juanito and I would like to take you through the presentation this morning. Juanito, can I hand over to you to commence? Thank you. Chair, I'm not sure if Juanito is perhaps having some connectivity problems. I'm just going to WhatsApp him quickly. Sorry about this.
I think I'm here, Anush. Can you hear me now?
Great. Yes, perfect.
Yeah. So let me start from the beginning. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, for giving us the opportunity to present to you our business rescue plan for SAPO, and to highlight some key dates in the process, certain statutory requirements that we had to fulfill even before we got finally appointed. I think the Honorable Minister summed up most of what we wanted to say with regard to the process, but I just want to repeat some milestone dates. So on the 10th of July 2023, SAPO was placed into business rescue. Anush and I were appointed as business rescue practitioners. Our appointment had to be ratified at a creditors meeting. We call it a Section 147 creditors meeting of the Companies Act. We had a meeting on the 24th of July, and our appointment was ratified. Our appointment was also approved by the Financial Services Conduct Authority. So Anusha and I became the final business rescue practitioners of SAPO. We then, at the Section 147 meeting, had requested creditors to give us an extension until the 30th of November to publish a business rescue plan, and to put the plan before creditors by the middle of December for them to vote on. After some discussions with the Minister and Honourable Deputy Minister, we were requested that could we have a plan in place sooner. We are by law required to publish a plan 25 days after our appointment, but we are also by law authorized to seek creditor permission to actually publish a plan later. Through our discussions with the Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, we were requested that, if at all, we should try and publish a plan before that. Now, that created all sorts of issues for us with regard to getting the necessary staff on board, because we did our own branch analysis, we did our own employee verification and analysis. We then agreed to publish a plan on the 15th of November. Just prior to publishing the plan, we were requested by the Employees Committee, who's made up of all the major unions at SAPO. They requested us to publish the plan a week later to give them more time to consult with the members. We then published the plan on the 23rd of July, 2023. And on the 7th of December, we had our meeting, because by law, we should have it 10 days after our appointment. We had our meeting, and I'm happy to report that we achieved over 75% of the creditors voting in favor of the plan. That's your first inquiry, your first hurdle that you have to get over. The second hurdle that you must get over is that all the creditors that voted should be unrelated parties. And we needed 50% of the unrelated parties to vote in favor of the plan. We achieved that. We got the 50% plus vote on the plan. So the plan has been voted on. Anusha's task and my task is to implement the plan, to see to that it's implemented. And I just want to read on the slide, because Anusha and I continually remind ourselves what business rescue is all about and what is how is it defined in the Act. And you'll see there's 3 bullet points under the first definition. I just want to go to the third one and read. The development and implementation, if approved, of a plan to rescue the company by restructuring its affairs, business, property, and debt, and other liabilities, and equity, so as to maximize the likelihood of the company continuing in existence on a solvent basis, or if not possible, results in a better return for the company's creditors or shareholders that would result from the immediate liquidation of the company. So we had an independent liquidation calculation done by BDO. Used that to compare the situation that a creditor would find itself if it was in liquidation. And the calculation came to 4 cents in the rand. And in business rescue, where we offered certain creditors 12 cents in the rand, and other creditors that we call payroll creditors, extra 18 cents. But I think Anusha will speak more to that. I just wanted to highlight the definition and what's been reminding, or at the back of our heads, when we published and worked on the plan as we went forward. The other issues, what is defined as financial distress, I won't go through it. Were they affected parties? It's the creditors, basically unions, employees, and shareholders. And just talking on the current status. So we aim to, what this plan has achieved is that R1 billion worth of debt of SAPO has been compromised. So we will be paying, by the end of March, creditors just more than R1 billion, and that would have compromised the majority of the creditors' claims, apart from the payroll creditors that I mentioned, which are the medical aid schemes, Post Office Retirement Fund, and SARS. We're giving them an extra 18 cents, but that would only happen in a year's time once we've dealt with the issue around access to the 3.8 billion. We've also ring-fenced 600 million for retrenchment costs to be paid over a 12-month period. So I think that's where I will leave it. And then the next slide, which will deal with the causes of SAPO's financial distress and the strategy going forward, as the Minister outlined. Anish will take us through that, and then we'll end off just by talking about some of the value propositions and the importance of having a post office. Thank you.
Thank you, Juanito. Next slide, please. Yes, so I know we are conscious of time as well, so we won't get into the full details, but I think suffice to say that Juanito and I, when we are appointed, we are independent business rescue practitioners. And I think that's important because, you know, as being independent, we brought a fresh pair of eyes, our analysis over the last 3 to 4 months before we could get to publishing the plan, etc. We really took a deep dive into the business. Whilst it may sound like it's a lot of time, it actually isn't. The post office is a large entity. There are complexities. There are a lot of operational issues and challenges. And based on our independent assessment, this is what we have flagged as the major causes of financial distress. And this is absolutely required because the Act says that we need to perform analysis, perform investigations as well. Do investigations where we believe there, anything that impacts the trade dealings and affairs of the entity. So very quickly, we had to get to what was the root causes of the financial losses, what were they, and what is the current diagnostic of the business. So very briefly, I think this again is on the first bullet. We've seen that in the press quoted as well. So the entity is insolvent at the moment. Actually, it is insolvent. There's accumulated losses, which is about 19 billion as at September 2023. And effectively, the net effect of that is that this negative shareholders' equity of 8 billion. So that it essentially means its liabilities exceed its assets. In addition to that, that's the solvency. Liquidity talks to the ability to pay its debts as it falls due. And again, just with the limited cash resources and the strain on the business, what we found was that expenses had exceeded revenue multiples. We were in such a scenario where, and I think it's kind of in the middle of the page, where if one looks at the financial ratios, they were certainly not healthy. Costs exceeding revenue of over 200%. Staff costs in particular, which is the highest cost line in the post office, was 150% of operating revenue. Now, what that means is that for every 1 rand worth of revenue, we were paying 152 cents of staff costs. That's excluding all the other operational costs, which really put the entity into the financial strain. If you look at the net loss, second bullet point, again, this is common knowledge. In the financial year in 2023, there was a 2.2 billion, losses in each of the 22 and the 2023 financial year. So in the year that we're in and the forecast to March 2024, it's forecast to incur another 1.7 billion of losses. And this is really because of the cost base being what it is, and obviously the operational challenges. And of course, tied to that is the revenue declines that the post office has been experiencing over the years. So effectively, you have a situation that's unsustainable. If we then go perhaps further, on the same slide, it's kind of the middle of the page. When Juanito and I joined, we were told that there's 1,023 branches, of which, there were 894 active and 129 inactive branches. Now, the 129 inactive, we had to then perform an analysis to understand why, what were the reasons here. And here there were multitudes of reasons. And again, the biggest one simply was that there was simply no money to pay landlords. So landlords were in arrears, some going back years, lights, water, basic utilities, unpaid, branches, certain branches dilapidated, vandalized, gutted. So there were a combination of reasons as to why some of the branches were not in the state that, one would expect them to find it. So unfortunately, that's been the reality. Upon a detailed branch analysis, so as BRPs, we perform a detailed branch analysis model that looked at a cross-section of every aspects, mostly financial metrics, but other aspects as well. So in the analysis, we looked at the branches with the most activity, profitable branches, loss-making branches, branches which are USOs in the rural areas, and overlaid in the model, we looked at then location of the branches, geographical positioning of this. And what was good about that exercise is that, we could see that in aggregate, most of the branches were in loss-making scenarios before even the USO subsidy. So that informed our business rescue plan and what we wanted to put forward in terms of the plan. And therefore, you would have noted in the media and in our plan, we said we have to reduce the branch footprint to 600 branches. The USO subsidy is still required, and we've made applications for that to be increased as well. That's in addition to the 3.8 billion funding that the post office does need. And I suppose the question would be, well, where does the 3.8 billion go? And that's a question we've been getting from every, quarter, from all quarters effectively. So Juanito's already touched on the cost that we have to incur. We have to pay our creditors, and that's the compromise that Juanito explained. So effectively, it means that, and so maybe before I get there, sorry. So our creditors comprise of the Post Bank, which is our largest creditor. We've then got the Retirement Fund, which is the second largest creditor. We've got SARS. Then we've got the medical schemes. And then we've got other trade suppliers. So there are currently over 2,000 creditors. There's a lot of half of that, actually, a bulk of that is a lot of SME, smaller type of creditors. And, we had to balance all of this needs, or all of the creditors' profiles when we came up with the plan. So what does it mean? So when we save 12 cents in the rand, so the compromise means that whoever is a creditor, whoever the post office owes money to, we are basically paying 12% of what's owed to them, which means that they will receive 12% of their money, and the rest, those creditors have to write those monies off. And that's the compromise. And of course, there's the 18 cents extra, which is linked to the 3.8, which will only be paid once we get the 3.8 billion. And then that's what creditors have effectively voted on. Just for the committee to appreciate some of the comments, this was a bitter pill to swallow by the smaller creditors. Giving an example, there was an SME that provided transport, trucks, and so forth, and was a supplier to the post office even during its financial distress. And they saw it as a means of supporting, with the hope that if the post office gets out of that situation, the post office will continue using them as a supplier. But they're a small entity employing 300 people, and the 12 cents that they would get, which effectively means that it places their business under risk, even with the 12 cents. It was a sad scenario. It's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, we had to follow and take guidance from the Companies Act, which steers us as to how we put a plan forward to all creditors. But suffice to say, committee members, that those are some of the matters that we had to deal with at the meeting. It certainly was very difficult. Emotions were running quite high. And I think one of the comments, perhaps for the committee to also maybe digest, another creditor raised the comment to say that if we look at all the creditors, these are government entities. And this was, again, a smaller creditor raising this point, to say that the post, you've got SARS, which is a government entity. You've got, for example, the Compensation Fund. You've got AG. You've got all of these government entities, including the Post Bank. If all we're doing is giving money back to government entities, which means you're leaving less in the pot for non-government entities. which, all we could do was acknowledge and say, well, we hear you, but the Companies Act does not make provision for that, unfortunately. But nonetheless, these are just snippets, just to share with the committee. Nonetheless, at the end of the day, all of that, are just comments, but in fact, the plan has been voted on. And we now past that point. So coming back then to my point of the 3.8 billion, the minister did highlight partnerships. We have received a fair amount of unsolicited partnership proposals. We will officially start looking at that process in January, and we'll analyze and obviously follow the processes to introduce partnerships into the post office. We believe that's key. The 3.8 billion looks to investing and enhancing the capital expenditure, the infrastructure, which per our assessments has been, quite neglected over the last 10 to 12 years. I mean, for example, our IT infrastructure money was spent on this last 10, 12 years ago. So unfortunately, there's a lot of neglect, there's a lot of decay. The capital expenditure will be looking to enhance that, to invest in the capital base, so to speak, bringing all of these things up to scratch so that, and this talks to then the future proofing of the post office. So it is a 2 to 5 year strategy. And, year one, the implementation looks at us now basically stabilizing the entity, rationalizing it and allowing it to survive. And from year 2 onwards, that's where you've got partnerships, you've got the digital services, you've got all of the elements or some of the elements of the Post Office Tomorrow, as well as elements of the Postal Services Act, the amendment. Apologies if my connection is dropping here and there. So it does make, it basically caters for all of this. And I think from that perspective, Juanita and I are very comfortable, and we're quite happy that we've balanced out across all the stakeholders. It's been a very difficult, and it is a difficult rescue. And we'd like to also place that on record. I think if we just could quickly touch on the post bank, maybe another element. Monies will also be used to automating. There are duplications. We want to further automate, some of the mail processing equipment. We want to look at duplications. We want to, eliminate duplications, maybe rejig and move operations just to get efficiencies. And I think that's important. So that's effectively where, we see the funding going to. And of course, at the moment, on a monthly basis, we've got costs of about 350 million rand. And there's revenue coming in of only 100 million, which means the 200 million rand cash loss every month. So unfortunately, the funding that we are getting from the 2.4 is being used to absorb that, to fund that, because the money has to support all of this. We still have to pay the salaries. We are bound by it. The 189 will kick off officially now that the plan has been voted on. And there's a 60-day consultation period in terms of the Labour Relations Act, Section 189. We will obviously keep on engaging with the union representatives and so on to make sure that this is done responsibly. What we did highlight in the plan is that if this goes beyond March, there's undue delays, this can increase the risk to the rescue that we have on the table. But I think all parties have appreciated that, certainly the employee committee, and that's where we're at. Okay, I think we can move on to the next slide. And I'm of course talking, I'm not going to be long here as well. Just maybe quickly on the Post Bank SASSA contract. You would have seen a media release, I think yesterday, possibly today. We've been in ongoing discussions with the Post Bank. They are a sister entity. And whilst the SASSA grants have moved across to them and are phasing out of the SA post offices, that's been a transition agreement or discussions that we've had. So I think the move to the cashless system is good, particularly given the increased number of robberies, etc. So the transition is for the next 3 months. So we will continue to support the Post Bank so that our citizens still can come and get their cash payments. Obviously, from April onwards, that's the move to the whole cashless system, which I think is good for many factors as highlighted. All right, so I think, so I've covered pretty much this slide. I just want to pause here. I know I've spoken through it already. Oh yes, one critical point on this slide, the restore balance sheet and improve liquidity. By effectively getting the compromise, the entity writes off those creditors. In other words, we'll pay the 12 cents and we get the benefit because we are now discharged from the remaining 88 cents. That's the compromise. Now, by effectively writing this back into the books, it'll put the post office into a solvent position again. Okay. Yeah, and I think if I look here, we spoke about the property. The properties, we did get an independent company to value all the entire portfolio of the post office's property. It was sitting at about 2.2 billion, and that was last valued in about 5 years ago on the books. And the latest value now is 1.7 billion. There's still a substantial amount of money needed to do repairs, to do maintenance, and to basically restore the buildings that have been destroyed and so on. So we are looking at still substantial investment into the property to bring it up to scratch, so to speak. I think we can move to the next slide, please. Yeah, so I've mentioned the IT systems. We're looking at about R1 billion there for an upgrade. There's another 550 million rand on the logistics and fleet services because we have to keep the parcels moving. We've got to keep the letters moving so that they can. I was referring to the modernization, that's another 325 million. The branch network I've covered as well. We will be moving that to 600 branches. The last mile, really talks to where we have postmen and women delivering, to the physical addresses. And I think that's something as well that we're going to look at. Whilst they are utilizing bicycles and so on, we want to look at more efficient ways of this happening into the future. These are things that, will be looked at further in detail. I think we can...
Chair, am I the one who's lost?
I thought I'm the one talking, but nobody hears me. I can't hear.
So so it says the presenter left. I'm sure he got disconnected.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Sorry, Honourable Chair. Sorry, Honourable Minister. Anush just told me they just got load shedding. So I think he's waiting for their generator to kick in. But I think I can carry on.
Can you proceed, Juanita?
Yes, I can proceed, Honourable Minister. I think Anush has touched on the operations and the logistics. You spoke about the branches, the branch analysis that we did, right-sizing SAPO's branches from about 1,023 that we had to about 600 that we have. I think he spoke about the last mile. I think that was the last thing that I heard that he spoke about. Were we planning to invest and partner with various parties going forward? Then I think we can go to the next. I don't know. Just check. Yeah, I think Honourable Chair, that brings us to the closure of our presentation, and I just wanted to just end off because there was one very important thing that we discussed the last time that we had interaction with the Honourable Minister, and he was talking to us about putting some sort of value proposition forward to see why it's necessary to have postal services. And I think the Honourable Minister touched on most of the items that I wanted to mention, but I thought let me just mention a couple of other important issues that one must keep in mind when talking about the post office. We actually did send this to the Honourable Deputy Minister, this valuable proposition. But I think it's important that we remember that SA's socio-economic footprint is unique, and the post office serves many underprivileged people with communication and financial services that are both close to their homes and, importantly, at a price point that they can afford. There are also a number of economic contributions that the post office can provide via its postal branch network. I think we spoke about that, and the importance of having a proper functioning postal branch network. And we, as we mentioned, we've spent a lot of time in terms of branch analysis to make sure that we comply with our statutory obligation to have branches open in certain areas, even if they are not profitable. So we've included those branches in the 600 branches that was mentioned. And there are various companies and organizations such as financial institutions, retailers, educational institutions, municipalities, and the legal fraternity that make use of physical mail to reach their target market, including aspiring previously disadvantaged people. Medication is also delivered to branches for easy access to customers. And then the post office serves a broad segment of the South African public through services such as motor vehicle licensing renewals and its post office branch network. The entity's partnership with the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, RTIA, in implementing the administrative adjudication of traffic offences not only generates revenue for the post office, but it will assist government in implementing the project aimed at contributing to road safety and driver education. Then the post office obviously also contributes to the fiscus through SARS. The post office procures large quantities of goods and services from the market, and many of its suppliers are SMMEs who view the SA Post Office as a key customer to their financial sustainability. This means that should the entity be shut down, more than 1,000 businesses will be impacted financially. This will detrimentally affect the economic growth and development of small business sector within South Africa, which is a vital contributor to the economy. The other important factor is also if a post office closes, it doesn't mean, then it means that 11,000 jobs will be affected. And not the amount that has been mentioned in the business rescue plan. We still have to go through a 189 process. The employees committee made up of all the unions did encourage the voting on the plan because they know it's important and they know what the alternative is, because the only other alternative for the post office is liquidation if we don't implement the strategies that are set out in the business rescue plan. I think those are a few of the issues that I just wanted to mention as a summary, Honourable Minister, because it helped us a lot to look at what are the value propositions, and there are many more that we will carry on talking about going forward. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Anito. If TG has got nothing to say, we're back to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. I take it that there's no one now coming in, except the point where we are, where we would have said, once we have got the presentation, we are now going to allow members who want to engage, including the overview given by the Minister on different aspects as to take both the committee and South Africans into confidence. The committee support will then assist me if I do not see a hand. I see two at this point. So I'll proceed for the sake of time to identify those as they proceed. We'll get other members to come in who want to make comment. Honorable Tambo would then be followed by Honorable Bazone. Honorable Tambo, you are recognized. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I must say this is a very bleak and depressing presentation that has made any prospects of having an enjoyable festive season even darker. Because what we've been told here and presented with here is not a business rescue plan. It's a business destruction plan. It's an obituary of the post office, essentially. Because there's no prospect that the post office will recover from what is essentially crippling it without any meaningful indication as to how exactly SAPO will be rescued through retrenchments and closing of offices. It's the most feeble idea that is pervasive even in state-owned entities in South Africa, that we are going to retrench people in order to ensure that we rescue an entity. There's no retrenchment that can generate revenue. And that's the lack of creativity that makes this not a business rescue plan, but a destruction plan. That's what we're being presented with here. You should have just told us in a briefing note that the post office will be closed, because it's inevitable with what we have been presented with here. And that's the first observation that we want to make. The second observation we want to make is that I don't think that the business rescue practitioners have ever voted in favor of this plan with a 75% majority, I think, if I read the presentation correctly. Have an appreciation of the post office as like an entity that provides public service. Because there's an emphasis here, for example, on how the post office is operating at a loss because it does the service of providing social grants to our people. And that is the problem, that we have a fundamental issue, is that SAPO is being viewed and characterized as purely a commercial entity, not an entity that provides a public service to South Africans. And that's the narrow mind of capital. Everything must be commercially viable instead of appreciating the social value of the services that are provided by SAPO and how it can creatively generate revenue and compete in the telecommunications and courier space. So we agree with that type of thinking. That's what underpins a plan that entails the retrenchment of 6,000 workers, the closing of 400
Recording
offices,
in progress.
the removal of SAPO's role as a provider of SASSA grants. That's what's happening. You're retrenching 6,000 workers, you're closing 400 offices, you're stripping SAPO of its role as an accessible means of people getting their grants. I'm not sure what the plan is, because you're going to surrender those social grant recipients to the banking charges of banks, because you want to digitize a process where it's easier for people to get, it's not even easier because they take public transport, because you've already closed almost 48% of branches. So it's even more difficult for people to get our grants now. They were telling us in the Western Cape during the South African Post Office Amendment Bill public consultations that they spend money to go and get money, which is already too little because the post office is inaccessible. Now you're closing another 400 branches. Even worse than that, you're saying SAPO mustn't provide social grants at all as a mechanism to disperse them to our people. So you're negatively going to affect our people because you view SAPO as a commercial entity without an appreciation of its social value in society. How are people going to get their motor licenses? How are they going to get their grants? How are they going to get their packages? Because the post office is the most reliable and verifiable network because it operates with addresses. They must now go to the private couriers, which are excessively expensive. So that is the first observation we want to make. I'm interested as to what exactly, what is rescue? What is the imagination? What is the understanding of rescue? Because I don't see anything being rescued here. You're prolonging the inevitable. You're going to retrench as a mechanism to intervene. You're going to close offices as a mechanism to intervene. And 6 months down the line, this entity will not be turned around because there's no mechanism or imagination to utilize the post office creatively to be able to compete with those who are in the same space as it is. There's no imagination at all. I mean, in the USA, the post office was used for voting during the pandemic. That possibility is not going to happen in South Africa because we're closing it. That's what we're being told. We're closing it. So liquidation is inevitable. I'm not sure why we're being given an impression. They say that if the post office doesn't implement these things, 11,000 jobs are going to be lost. 6,000 jobs are being lost now in an attempt to rescue it. What type of rescue is constituted by such a jobs bloodbath? So I just wanted to make those observations, but I want us to be told, post the implementation of this massive retrenchment, the removal of SAPO's role as a provider of SASSA grants, the closure of 400 offices, what exactly is going to be different? Because it seems like we're putting a plaster on a gunshot wound. So I'm interested in that, and then we'll engage further. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo. And I recognize Honorable Mazone.
Thank you very much,
Then
Chairperson.
followed by Honorable Mlala.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the interest of bandwidth problems, please do allow me to keep my camera off. Chairperson, I'm a strong believer in going and seeing the problem before you discuss the problem. And I have mentioned this in committee before. I was in court when the business rescue was ordered and approved by the court in Pretoria, the High Court. I was there when from 2 creditors in walked about 30 creditors together with their advocates and attorneys to the point where the courtroom was overflowing. We had union representatives standing outside waiting to speak to anyone who would possibly listen to them about the incredibly sad state of affairs that workers who had diligently come to work, received their salaries, understood that monies were being paid over to their medical aid and pension schemes, were now sitting with no medical aid, no pension schemes, and the like. So I've firsthand experienced this in real life, not just getting it from a report that we received in the Portfolio Committee. So please understand, Chairperson, I say this because I'd like the business rescue practitioners to understand that I physically went to see with my own eyes how dire the situation is. Now, Honourable Tambo raises some very pertinent points. Now, 12 cents in the rand to a creditor is devastating. It is absolutely devastating. 18 cents to statutory service providers, it's devastating. We've just gone through the MTPBS process, and we know the financial dire straits that the country is in, and we know what the South African Post Office owes. So we know that these statutory bodies that will be getting 18 cents to the rand, it devastates them too. Now, when one looks at, firstly, I would like to reiterate the point that I think it's ludicrous that the Post Office Bill was brought before committee. I think it's ludicrous that the Post Office Bill was brought before Parliament. And I think it's even more ludicrous that that Post Office Bill was passed in Parliament. I think that that was an act of pure politics, and in no way thought and process was brought into that procedure. Because trust me when I tell you, the country really does not care about a stamp advisory committee when we sit in a situation where post offices, you go to collect your post at the post office and it's chained shut. You cannot get to your post office. You cannot get into post offices. It is an absurd situation where people who are the most vulnerable of our society, and I use an example I know firsthand, in Graaf-Reinet, are sent to Aberdeen at great cost because they need to pay for transport, are sent to Aberdeen only to find out in Aberdeen that Aberdeen knows nothing about money that should have been delivered to them for the payout of social grants and the payout of EPWP workers, and then are stranded in Aberdeen because no one has money to get back to Graaf-Reinet. These are the realities that we deal with. Now, while I understand and I appreciate the fact that the business rescue practitioners admit that this is an incredibly complex and an incredibly difficult business rescue plan, and procedure to put together. I have to sit back and explain to the business rescue practitioners, well, your job is to be approved by the Financial Services Council and Advisory Committee and boards to execute your job. Our job as members of parliament is to execute our job in oversight for the South African public. So while you're there to serve the post office and to try and save what you can of the post office, members of parliament's job is to try and save the country and to try and save entities where we can that find themselves in the disastrous position that the post office finds itself in. Now, Honourable Tambo said that this was a bloodbath of job losses. I could not agree more. 6,000 people set to lose their jobs, no prospect of future employment, because we know what the unemployment statistics in South Africa are. We know that not only do they lose a job, but they lose access to medical aid, they lose access to pension. There are going to be further job losses, and this is what I need balancing on. This is what I need some kind of wrapping my head around. Treasury has emphatically said that there is no more money left to give. There is no money left for a future bailout. So 3.8 billion rand is coming from somewhere, but it is not coming from Treasury. So I find it somewhat disingenuous of the minister or the DG to say that they're in talks with Treasury, because what talks can possibly be taking place with Treasury once we have just gone through the MTPBS process and Treasury has already made it clear to Parliament that there is no further money to give out. So unless something untoward or something suspicious or something sinister is happening, because Parliament has already voted on how the budget will now be redispersed, and the post office is not included in the redisbursement of that particular budget. So what talks are happening now create a red flag, the likes of which I haven't seen since I was involved in the state capture inquiry. And it's now worrying me tremendously. And it will worry me not for long, because I will get to the bottom of this. Why we are now sitting in a committee, once Parliament has risen, hearing about a business plan we should have heard about the very day the business plan was released to the South African public, because we are the committee that oversees the executive who appoints and who allows business rescue to start commencing. And Judge Raymond Zondo himself, in the State of Capture report, said that the very job of Parliament is to ensure that oversight is done, to ensure that state capture and the absolute abomination of our state entities is never allowed to happen again. And I take serious offense to the fact that a plan was approved and discussed by the executive on their own volition without the committee that oversees that executive knowing anything about it. We oversee the executive, not the other way around. And it's not me who says that those are the rules. It's the Constitutional Court who says that those are the rules. So already we failed there, Chairperson. Not we have failed there, the executive has failed there. And I think that as a committee, we need to take note of the fact that the executive is not paying attention to what they know the rules of engagement are. Chairperson, it's now become the point of absolute lunacy to think that any rational thinking South African will go and renew a post office box because we know that we will not have access to post. And what concerns me even more is this absolute denial of the fact that we have now got to the point where if we don't involve private sector players and the business rescue practitioners, and I apologize for the lack of decorum, but the business rescue practitioners were introduced to us as Anush and Juanita. So please, Anush and Juanita, you may refer to me as Natasha, because unfortunately your surnames were not given to us. But the business rescue practitioners, Juanita and Anush, have told us that they are looking at other players in the field to come in and to assist. But the minister, who knows very well that the only way we have any hope of in any way salvaging anything is by getting the private sector involved, immediately says to us, there will be in no way privatization of the South African Post Office. Well, I'm terribly sorry to inform you, Minister, there is no way that the Post Office has any chance of any kind of survival or even maintaining the illusion of a post office without the intervention of the private sector. Chairperson, my last point, because I know that we're pressed for time. But at the end of the day, the buck stops somewhere. Business rescue practitioner Anush told us that the state of the post office, the buildings were in absolute decay in some cases. There was broad mismanagement. There was gross negligence. Now, who do we hold accountable for this gross mismanagement? Who do we hold accountable? How does a post office suddenly go from being a functional post office to being stripped of bare necessities and to being called a derelict building? And to have landlords come in and say, you've destroyed our building and now we're not allowing you into the property because now it's going to be demolished and something else will be built in its place. Someone has to be held accountable for that. And Chairperson, we dare not be in the same situation where we let people get away with now being responsible for the massive job losses that are occurring and will continue to occur, the devastation of many businesses due to this devastation of the post office, and most importantly, the devastation it will cause the most vulnerable of society in South Africa because of gross mismanagement and absolute negligence when it came to understanding the importance of looking after the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Matswane. I now recognize the Honorable Mulala.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Minister. Good morning, colleagues. Maybe let me first appreciate the presentation from particularly I want to comment on the business rescue practitioners. We really appreciate your analysis thus far, and maybe just to say a few ways that I don't think it's proper that we should shoot the messenger. We have requested the intervention. Now the business practitioners are giving us an analysis of what they found and what they are proposing should be the way forward. In my view, we should be working on strengthening the way forward in terms of the business practitioners and see where there are gaps and maybe input so that, because all of us want to save the post office. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't want the post office to be saved. But maybe let me start first by acknowledging that your reasons for the decline of the post office in terms of the technological changes that has been reported to our committee for some times, hence the bill. But there's an area where I'm very much interested. If time permits, I would have requested you to go into detail. You are talking about SAPO specific factors. I'm very much interested because it's an over the years program, a challenge. It has been there for some times. Various CEOs, ministers, and everybody else has been. It has been there now. If there was time, I would really be interested in getting into those details of the specific factors, and maybe in summarizing in your response, are these factors talking to the executive management, or is it talking to some political interference? What have you noticed? Because I'm really interested in these specific factors, because these are factors that are specific to SAPO. Now, there's also an area that I need clarity on, which also relates to this question, that the unbundling, the issue of the SAPO owning a property portfolio, but being unable to utilize that portfolio to generate revenue. And in your analysis, the maintenance backlog, it's much higher than the portfolio itself. The maintenance backlog is between 2.5 to 3 billion, which says literally we don't have anything that we can work on. Now, what would be your plan around that? Because it worries me if the portfolio, the maintenance backlog is above the actual portfolio, then it worries me. Now, because it talks to the last point that you raised, that SAPO is unable to invest in its operating assets. So if you can comment on that, I think the other issue that I wanted to raise, which is quite a good, it's a good thing, but perhaps there's some issues that 70% of creditors voted in favor of the plan, which means the plan has been approved. But maybe the question is, did those creditors have any option? Because if they don't vote, is it a vote of confidence or is it a vote of survival? Because if they don't vote for this plan, we're likely to face liquidation and they may not get their money back. So as a technical person, can you clarify that part for us, that we are clear? We should not just be happy that 70% has voted, but overlook what were the implications. And then the other issue that I want possibly the business risky practitioners to respond to is, after you've done all the assessments and the plans, are you yourself convinced that the post office will be saved, in your view, and how long will it take for you to save this entity of the people? That will also be just a hypothetical question, but I think it's important that you respond to each, because the issue is you are here to rescue the post office, But when you are appointed, you don't know what is inside. When you get inside, now you're giving us the details. Now, that's why I'm asking this question. Can it be saved in your view so that we don't get into much longer details? But I really appreciate the analysis that you have made, because for me, it also tells us that some of the information that you are providing today have not been provided to the committee for the last 5 years. The only thing that was raised that we're living in a technological environment, changes, blah, 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 the state must fund, and so on. So now that you have given us at least a detail that sometimes there's an unplanned closure of branches. People just wake up and close branches without a plan. So I think this is very much empowering on our side as we do the oversight. But Chairperson, I think those are just my few comments, but I really appreciate the presentation. The better part of the critical questions possibly will be left between us and the ministry, because we can still go back to them about some of these issues that you raised. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. I will now afford an opportunity for responses guided by yourself, Honorable Minister. If you want to come later on and allow others to respond, or you would want to pave the way for those responses. But it's over to you now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. One must appreciate the response by honorable members. I think, at the risk of being misunderstood, I just want to say, we presented before the Portfolio Committee the challenges confronted by the Post Office and the process that was to be followed, options that were to be explored in trying to avoid that. And we explained before the Portfolio Committee that the Post Office was on the verge of being liquidated. And later the demonstration was shown that we were unable to service the creditors, and billions were articulated. And also analysis, it is actually even more illustrated now by the practitioners that even the very people who were supposed to be served by Post Office were not getting that service optimally. I'm sure if you read the analysis, it says, out of supposed 1,023 Post Office, only 894 was in operation, 129 not active. It means a huge impact to the ordinary people who are supposed to be affected by that. Now, the document explains factually, there is no methodology in the document. It speaks about a 2 billion net loss, 2 plus billion net loss, which is forecasted to go to 1.7 billion next year. The document explains the unassailable cost base, which amounts to 185% of the revenue, and forecasted to 200% of the operating revenue. Also saying, in terms of personnel, for every rand the Post Office gets, it must pay 1.50 rand to workers. Even if it was 1 rand to workers, it meant after payment, the Post Office must stop operating. Because if you pay R1 for each and every rand you get to workers, it means you must stop operating, because when you have paid what you have got nothing else to take the post office forward. The document clarifies it very clearly that what are the issues that it is critical of in as far as the cost structure of the post office. It explains how it was skewed against IT, which is a fundamental basis for a sustainable post office. How it is skewed against transport, which is a fundamental operative requirement for this work to take place. You would have read the elaborate document which will show you that marketing and brand development were not there. Which means it explains this document that if the situation goes the way it is, the post office must stop working. But when it stops working, you will be owing the creditors so much. But the business practitioners, out of their way, have negotiated with all the relevant parties until they come with a compromise that is proposing this way. And this way indicates, honorable members, that a post office to take a new path and be a healthier post office for South Africans, this is the path. And creditors making compromise out of their own money. Now, I just thought, for not being silly, I tried to check something, just to deal with the word privatization, not from my head. That it speaks about the transfer of ownership, property or business from government to the private sector, which is termed privatization. What does this mean? It further says, government ceases to be the owner of the entity or business. The process in which publicly traded company is taken over by a few people is also called private. The point I'm trying to make, when you privatize as a state, it means you are handing over the ownership of the institution. This document speaks about partnership, with states remaining a major shareholder still in charge, determining the direction. So that's why I was saying we are not privatizing it. We are correct. If this definition is anything to go by with regard to what privatization is. Now, the second issue, Chair, which I want to deal with, is that this process has always been, in terms of the law, at the mercy of the creditors, because they are the ones who are immediately owed money. And the law allows a process where they are not allowed to get the ideal things they are looking for. But in terms of the law, there is a process to engage with them. And that process has delivered a compromise with the creditors, which allows the post office to go, because creditors have realized if the post office is liquidated, they would get almost nothing or less than they will get if the post office survives. But who is the main beneficiary here? It's millions of South Africans who will benefit from a functional post office, because mainly the post office is made for the millions of poor people who are supposed to get service from it. Even if we were to keep 12,000 people, it is clear in terms of this record, those 12,000 people tomorrow would collapse the post office, it would stop operating. So 12,000 people indeed would go without job. But millions of people who are poor would have no service. Two, they would have no opportunity, because if the post office continues to operate and the digital hubs that are proposed take place, it means SMMEs all over the countries have access to internet, to start businesses. Poor children who do not have access to this do have access. In other words, an operational post office creates more opportunities for economy and so on. Now, this is what we're confronted with here, Honorable Chair. Now, having said that, I thought it would be not wrong on my side not to throw these comments before I allow practitioners and whoever relevant to listen to what the honorable, to respond what the honorable members have said, that at stake here is a service to the multi-million South Africans who do not have infrastructure to access postal services. The challenge the government is confronted with is to keep an instrument that makes that possible. Not only possible in terms of the post office of tomorrow, improve its performance so that it can even compete with the bigger boys and girls, so that more economy is improved in South Africa. But having said that, Chair, I want to ask first the practitioners to check DG if she has got anything to say, and later let's hear the practitioners what they have to say in terms of the questions raised. DG?
Thank you very much, Minister. If I may, perhaps some of the issues we'll hand over to the business rescue practitioners. But just to answer the issue with regards to Honorable Mazon about the process on the adoption of the business rescue practitioner. Business rescue plan. Just to indicate that we are guided by the legislative process under the Companies Act in as far as how we place a company or an entity under business rescue and what processes one has to follow. And just to also indicate that even from our side, once it is placed under the business rescue, it is in the hands of the business rescue practitioners, and they also have to follow the due law in this instance. It is by no means that we needed to or we intended to undermine Parliament or this August House. Honorable Chair and honorable members, as Minister had indicated, we had initiated a process of sensitizing the portfolio committee. You will then recall that we brought the matter to Parliament on the 2nd, around I think the 2nd of May, at the time that the SAPO was placed under liquidation or provisional liquidation, and we informed Parliament of the intent of us then to try and save the post office. At that meeting, perhaps I think there was a huge concern from both the government as well as the portfolio committee to then ensure that SAPO is safe. And then on the 6th of June, we also then briefed the portfolio committee that there was a High Court application that was filed to then place SAPO under business rescue. And subsequent presentations to the portfolio committee when SAPO was presenting, obviously, its APP, we then also indicated that the matter is still under business rescue and under the business rescue practitioners. The plan, as honorable members would know, it was only adopted last week, Thursday, and then we have now brought the matter back as urgently as possible back to the portfolio committee to inform honorable members of the current status. I just also wanted to highlight the issue with regards to on the funding, just to indicate that at the time that government had considered the options, it was not the minister, because we are merely a shareholder on behalf of government. We had to take the matter to cabinet, and that's what we had presented earlier on this year to the portfolio committee. And cabinet had approved that we would go, and they'd also approved a threshold in as far as how much then we can put for the SAPO's business rescue over and above the 2.4 billion that was allocated, and that is what the business practitioners are referring to of the 3.8. So, Honorable Mazo, you are quite correct that currently the fiscal plan has been approved for the next financial year. the fiscal framework. But however, we can then, now that the plan has been approved, take this matter back to cabinet, and perhaps then the National Treasury, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, and hence I think we are using the words delicately to then say we are engaging National Treasury. Then National Treasury will have to take that into consideration. And I think, honorable members, you will give appreciation that there has been some other special dispensation that National Treasury has made in the past, whether they've exercised Section 66 or Section 70 of the PFMA, in as far as what the Fiscal Liability Committee would consider. We are exploring all avenues in as far as then to look at ways of ensuring that the 3.8 billion will be released as urgently as possible, obviously following the necessary legislation and opportunities that are there for us then to be able to have access for that funding, so that then the business rescue practitioners can then be able to implement the rest of the plan. Honorable Chair, I would like to perhaps then hand over to the business rescue practitioners to then perhaps respond to some of the questions, and if there are other issues that perhaps we didn't clarify, we will then be able to come back and respond on those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want the VPs to explain why is this a rescue? Why do they think this is a rescue plan? But they will answer all other questions that they raise. Thank you. Whoever starts, Anush, whether it's Unita, yes. We're in your hands.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, we note the questions and the comments that were made to date. Yeah, there are a number of questions, and it's understandable. I think first and foremost, as the independent business rescue practitioners, we did not create the problem. We stepped in, we appointed, we took up the appointment, and like I said, we are governed by the Companies Act. The entire business rescue process is a process driven in terms of Chapter 6 of the Companies Act. From our appointment all the way in terms of what we need to do, how we need to publish a plan, when we need to do that, who gets to vote, etc. So these are not rules made up by the business rescue practitioner. A lot of it is very explicit. It's in the Act, and that's what we do, and that's what we follow. The business rescue process is a creditor-driven process, and I think it's important to highlight this point. It does talk about affected parties. Yes, the shareholder is an affected party, and yes, we did have to liaise with the minister and his team, at the appointment stage on an ongoing basis. We have to engage with the unions, staff, because they are referred to as a stakeholder in the Companies Act. Then, of course, it's the creditors. And I think what's important to highlight here is when the plan is put forward, it's not the shareholder that gets to vote. It's not the employees that gets to vote. It's not the unions. At the end of the day, it's the creditors. And this is, again, it's in terms of the Companies Act. It's the creditors who will vote. And the creditors have voted. Yes, it's not ideal. That's why I paused to give you some of the concerns and the comments that came from the creditors, the smaller creditors. So yes, it's 12 cents. And if you're a statutory payroll creditor, you'll get 12 cents plus the 18 cents, which gives you 30 cents in the rand. It's not ideal. And what makes this a plan is the fact that what is the alternative? And I think we've discussed it. The entity was in provisional liquidation. This is factual. The minister or the department has made the application to bring it to rescue. We then arrived on the scene. As independent people, we've been on the job for 4 months. This is our assessment. This is what we've done. This is how we've come up with the plan, and we put it to creditors to vote. And Juanita will talk to what happens in a creditors meeting if there's no vote for this thing, or if there's a vote. Of course, we've got the vote, and that's the compromise. Because the alternative here would be liquidation. And let's start there, because on liquidation, the independent calculation we refer to done by BDO, if the entity was liquidated, all creditors will get 4 cents in the rand. And I can guarantee you that, having done liquidation, Juanito and I, that 4 cents, you'll actually only get it after 12 to 24 months, even 36 months. Whereas what we put forward to the creditors, well, you're going to get 4 cents over 36 months, but let's do a compromise. This is what we're proposing. This is the first part of the plan, right? And you will get 12 cents or 30 cents based on limited funding that government or treasury can provide. This is how we can make it work. As practitioners, this is what we have. This is what we will work with. There's a proposal for you. And this is how creditors then looked at it and made their own decisions, and they voted. Not the BRPs, not the employees, not the shareholder. And that's why it's such a critical point to note. So that's the thing. The other element is if you are liquidated, all 11,000 jobs are lost. Our key part of the plan is we don't view it as retrenching 6,000 people. We are saving 5,000 jobs. The converse is all 12,000 or 11,000 are gone. Here, the plan is the plan because it's now preserving 5,000 jobs. The third element is, and I hear the members, rightfully so, you know, and like I said, we did not create the problem. We walked in and expected to see more branches in operations, and we didn't. Our diagnostics and our assessments highlighted the factual elements, and this is, what we have to work with. So yes, we have to curtail costs. How do you curtail costs? The biggest cost factor was staff costs. The next is operating costs, lights, water, security, etc., to keep branches opening and going. And of course, there's a whole lot of inefficiencies. So we have to say, well, okay, what is the optimized basis that still allows the entity to survive, provide the services, and let it breathe so that it can still grow? So yes, we came up with 600 branches. We are not saying that it will stay at 600 branches forever in the day. That is why in the plan, and again, this is what makes it the plan. It's a 2 to 5 year strategy. With year one being on 1 Eastern and having to implement all now that the plans have been voted on, we've got to see through the 189 process, the retrenchments. We've got to see through rationalizing the branches. I heard a question about properties. Yes, we want to sell non-core branches. We don't have the luxury of having 3 billion to fix all our properties. So where there's duplication, we want to optimize and utilize lesser space and rent out other excess properties to earn rental revenues, to then create more revenue streams back into the post office. This is coupled with other revenue streams that we've identified, you know, like the infringement notices, which could be a growing thing. We're not saying that motor vehicle license renewals need to stop. No, by having 600 branches with focus, good client service, people will want to come in and renew their licenses again. I think what's been balanced out here as well, and that's why I said we had to balance out the social mandate versus also the ability for the post office to sustain itself financially. So we are certainly not blind to that. It's been the core of our mandate as well. And that's why the 600 branches is looking at, we could have just said, well, let's keep all profitable branches opened. But that's not the matrix we use. We said, no, hang on, there's a social mandate here. We need to keep branches in the rural areas. So in the 600, we will make sure that we get a spread so that we are represented in all the provinces, in all the regions, so that it takes care of the rural citizens. But at the same time, it allows us to operate branches that are having high volumes, that is generating the revenues, that is giving good client service. Let's replicate that. So that's the third element that makes us a plan. The fourth element, and I'm glad the minister has clarified it, because when we engaged with the minister and his team, we were told up front, because as business rescue practitioners, you want to look at all your options, including selling an equity stake in the business. But we were told, guys, that's out of bounds. There's no privatization, and this is what it means. You're not allowed to sell an equity stake in the post office. So naturally, our very next response was, okay, we've got to work with the private sector. Is there any aversion to us doing partnerships? And they said, you can go ahead with partnerships. Just don't sell 100% of the post office. And that is why you don't see anything about an equity or any elements around equity sales and so on in the plan, because that was not part of a mandate that works to balance out everything here. So that's some key highlights. I think perhaps on the property side, again, we are working with what we have. So part of the 3.8 billion, which the post office needs, as I've highlighted, needs to go towards fixing, enhancing capital expenditure, fixing IT, fixing property, etc. And we know, ideally, we'd like more money, but we know that that's not a possibility. So hence, the plan makes do with what we have. And of course, we're fully aware that the 3.8 billion was not in the medium-term budget speech. Juanita and I were the first ones to frantically run through the budget speech to see where the post office featured, and it featured nowhere. And again, we had to say, well, okay, there's no guarantees of this funding. Therefore, the rescue plan is contingent. It's a condition precedent. And we need that for this to be a success. So this is some highlights that I wanted to mention. And in terms of saving, and hopefully that answers the question to saving the post office, because we bring it down to 600. It's just giving a chance for the post office to stabilize and then to survive. Because once it returns to a profitable state, it can generate its own cash flows. If we don't have a crazy scenario where, 150 is paying salaries, we're only earning 1 rand. Once we stabilize all of this, by all means, in years 2 to 5, we can increase the branch network again. So our plan ensures that we can get it to a space, modernize it, automate it, get it efficient, but also allow it to scale back up again. So, and that's why the partnerships was always a key consideration for us in this. So those are the salient points. I can obviously talk through a whole lot of other matters. And we did say one of the elements that we have to tell creditors in the plan before they vote is what is the BRP's assessment of prospects for success. We've set that out in the plan, and we've read that out at the meeting as well. So we are of the view that the post office can be turned around, provided that, we get support of the creditors, provided that we get 3.8 billion, because to save any business, you need money to further enhance certain things in order to create the right platform to be sustainable again. And that's what we have done. We've read that out. We had to declare that. And we're saying the same thing back to this committee. So we believe there's a reasonable chance for prospects for success, provided we get support, provided there's funding that comes in. And of course, that, there's no undue delays in the plan. And of course, another element in the plan that we include is that we will get all due approvals from the minister or the treasury, etc. So that's really the short and sweet of it. I think maybe before we leave the floor, I think, Juanito, perhaps what you need to do is, run the committee through and what happens at a creditors meeting. If they vote, they don't vote, and those scenarios. But I'll hand over to you in a second. I think this, if I just look at very simplistically, okay, and I'm just saying this, and I caveat this because if one is to take a very simplistic view to the post office, with perhaps, no financial considerations or no in-depth understanding of the operations and so on, you actually have 3 choices. If you want to preserve all jobs, if you want to keep the post office running in an inefficient manner or efficient manner, however you want to define it, you have to basically put in 10 billion rand today to pay out all creditors, because that's what we owe, 10 billion. Someone needs to put in 10 billion today, pay out all the creditors, and continue putting in 3 billion rand approximately every year. That's excluding working capital, to keep the post office to operate on its basis, which I think if you hear that, it doesn't sound sustainable. Option 2, liquidation, which is where factually the post office was. And we've explained what happens. The creditors get 4 cents and everything dies. You lose 11,000 jobs. Or the plan that we've put forward, which we've now got voted on. Yes, it was a bitter pill to swallow, but creditors are happy to get 12 cents and 30 cents versus 4 cents and allow this entity to breathe and to give it a chance to possibly survive going forward. I think those are the 3 simplistic options there are. Chair, I'll hand over to Juanito to just talk through what happens at the creditors meeting, and I think we'll stop after that. Thank you.
Thanks, Anush. Thanks, Honorable Chair. I just want to repeat something that Anush spoke about and the minister. The reality that we face is the whole business rescue process is creditor-driven, and creditors make up their mind and decide for themselves. Anush and I file a certificate at the end of our plan where we actually advise creditors to seek alternative or to seek legal advice around the plan. There were many creditors at the meeting that were represented by attorneys, and they acted on the statutory right that they have to vote. So what happens at the plan, at the meeting? Firstly, we have to present the plan to all creditors, all affected parties. Then we have to inform creditors whether we believe that the company can be saved, which we did. Then there's an opportunity that we give to the employees committee. And this committee is made up of all the major unions and some underrepresented employees. They made a passionate plea in that meeting, and we've got a recording of the meeting, for creditors to vote in favor of the plan, because they understood the hard alternative of having to close all branches, losing all 11,023 employees that they are at SAPO, and waiting for 24 to 36 months, because that's the minimum period a liquidation takes to finish, to see whether they're going to get 4 cents in the rand. So the employees were granted an opportunity. It was a passionate plea. And then the next thing that happens, there are motions to amend the plan, motions to adjourn or postpone the meeting to another day. We had a motion, a request to postpone the meeting at the meeting. And we asked creditors, do you agree? Who seconds this motion to postpone? And not one single other creditor put up their hands to postpone the meeting. They want certainty in their lives. They want to know when they get paid and what they're going to get paid. And that's what we told them. The employees, we still have to go through a horrible Section 189 process, which we could have only started after publication of the plan. We're still going to go through a horrible process that we have to work through together with the unions going forward. And then, if the motion is not carried to postpone the meeting, we carry on with voting. And we made sure that every creditor completed a ballot form that they sent through to us, because we didn't want voting by hand or voting on chats or anywhere. We wanted physical proof, and we had an independent party at the tallying up the votes. So creditors decided their future. And I think Anush and I, up until now, we followed the act, and we are obliged to carry out our statutory duty. And now the duty after adoption of the plan is to see to it that we implement it properly so that it works. Anush and I doesn't want, we've got no, we don't even think about liquidation at this point in time, because it's not there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We will hand over to you, maybe to give guidance. Thanks. I must appreciate the contribution by honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and the business rescue practitioners who would have responded to the questions. I want to check first before I get to summarize the first area of work we would have dealt with, if there may be a follow-up question from any of the members who would have asked questions that you think need specific response. On my side, I don't see any, and I take it that the ground would have been adequately covered in those responses. Let me, Honorable Minister, thank you first and foremost on the first part, which is that of taking the committee into confidence on the work that's being done in relation to the programs like the SA Connect. We really appreciate that initially from the point of pilot, you looked probably at about 2 districts in the main. You came in, there was an additional 2, and if I listened to your report well, the 7,000 is on the basis of 16 districts you're engaging with in that regard. And there's an attempt to ensure that the costs to communicate is something that gets addressed whilst you implement that. I think the example you've given of the R5 a gig would make it quite accessible even to those that do not have the money, especially the rural spaces that you've mentioned. And I think we know the benefit of that, as you really articulated how business benefits, how the education the system benefits in that score. So we really appreciate that. Of course, you've also mentioned that as far as the issues of spectrum, there's move on the next generation policy issue, which seeks to address the gap that we've always complained about as this committee, that with the removal of one at a time when the big players would have already received spectrum allocation, it meant that Blacks in general, Africans in particular, to be specific, have been left out. And you are saying that matter is now getting the necessary attention, and different categories, even on those would then be covered, which includes the most important aspect, because there was also this notion that we seem to be concerned more about giving spectrum to the private sector and government. There's no clarity. So you are saying that clarity is now there, and it paves a way to further take down the cost to communicate. Of course, there's also an important point you've made, that we will be getting a report on the SABC corporate plan, because it is now under the radar of the department reviewing it, and that the board in that score would have delivered on what they would have promised, because otherwise there will be nothing to review before you if they've not done so. I think for me that's important, in that you are giving progress, that whilst waiting for the plan, there is everything done to stabilize the SABC with the appointments that have been made. I think we should appreciate that, including the persuasion to get a person to come in earlier, so that that stability is not compromised. I think we have learned with the board situation that once it takes longer, what then happens in the process. So we do appreciate that. And maybe for me, the last point really on that aspect would be the point you are mentioning on the digital skills from a conference. A report would come through, but I think more importantly, it is also from the point of statistics as to how this is changing the lives of our people for the better. And I'm saying this on the backdrop of the Auditor General giving a clean audit to NEMISA, which must play an important role in the skills revolution in that score, and the performance would have shown that. It's important to emphasize this, Honorable Minister, because when there are those matters that are of concern, we do raise them, and when there's improvement, we should also appreciate that improvement and communicate that properly to South Africans. Of course, the point that we would have left, and I'm sure you'd want to communicate that even as we get back, because we've given you an opportunity to take us into confidence even on matters that are in the public domain. And one of them is SITA, very important institution that had a track record before of being an institution that cannot attract professionals to come into the entity because they didn't want to be associated with the shenanigans that were happening there. This is the same report we got from the CEO or MD of SITA last time when he appeared before the committee. And some of the people they interviewed would decline 2 days after they would have agreed and interviewed. And the reason in the main will be not to be associated with SITA. And therefore, what is in the public domain, if not challenged, because it's all over when they go to social media, that the impression created, it's exactly what we warned about in the previous meeting, that it is very good to appoint professionals, but just make sure that it doesn't get to a point where if you can't do it, I will do it, which then gets to be tantamount to interference. So I just thought at the time you'd also speak to it. So as I go through the notes, yes, I saw the SAPO as a gap, but I couldn't see this part, unless at the time you were breaking, you also touched on, because I thought it was important to still give assurance to us as the committee, but also to South Africans, that the bold plans that the minister has put up are still on course, and that if there are issues that are of concern, surely those would be properly investigated and be cleared. So that confidence that we're creating, while the people's in SITA, it's an ICT company of the state that we see. It's something that gets to be addressed. So that is positive, is not dampened by those that are not given alternative answers in the public space. So I've noted that. But coming to the white paper part, I'm sure because it's a matter that's still coming and it will be presented to the committee as part of the progress next year, it would have been, of course, good to indicate when you get back this part about the 49% investment and the waiver on the broadcasting side, whether indeed that's the approach you really want to take, understanding how the media is able to influence the thinking and direction of the country depending on who owns what at the time. So it's something probably you may want to think about because it may be said to be applicable to African Union. But we do know that those that may fund whoever takes that stake have a way of influencing. At least that's the experience we have even in the print media, that sometimes it's deliberate to quote even the language wrong just to send a message that these people do not know what they're doing. So we do see that. And of course, you have to respect that they are independent and these views must be expressed. But at least from a point of policy, that care needs to be taken, that you do not open the floods for takeover of that space and a particular narrative that undermines even the sovereignty of this country gets to be pushed through those channels. So I hope you'd be able to look at that as you also look at some of the concerns, and I think the reason that you responded urgently to bring the white paper update was because we also raised it as a committee that there was a petition from two NGOs or non-profit organizations that seeks to direct the committee that we should not consider the SABC bill until the white paper process is finalized, because there were changes that would have not been part of that consultation And of course, rightfully so, the committee needed to stick to the rules of the National Assembly that when a bill is before us, we have to process it. And the fact that the white paper necessarily is not in the purview of this committee, but dealt with ably so by the executive. So I just thought it's important we get those being cleared as we move forward in that consultation, at least learning from the experiences we have now. I must say, Minister, as it relates to the SAPO matter, and I'm saying this not to you, but also to honorable members, because we've had a situation where there's been change of members from time to time, and therefore the information gap can also be there. That from where we are, we have appreciated that the problems in SAPO are not problems of our time, but they predate this term. They predate a number of people that are now responsible for resolving the problems. Because at a particular time, others thought that you can go a different route. Amongst those was the expansion strategy as a way of keeping SAPO sustainable. And of course, we are paying now the price of such decisions because those were not carried through, even though bailouts were put out based on what was proposed on the table. And for that reason, Honorable Minister and members, I think we should give indeed a chance that we now know where the problems are. And more importantly, is that the rescue plan does not close out the post of office of tomorrow strategy. In fact, it has infused it, as the minister would have presented, as well as how the presentation shows the allocations that are made on the side of the post office itself in terms of helping its operations to a point that it can function, the modernization and all that. These are things we talked about, but there was no funding towards them, which therefore answers the question as to whether the bailout is only about paying the creditors. And the answer is clear that there is a breathing space for SAPO to also try and regain its strength, whilst you are also keeping the creditors quite satisfied in that they are not just ignored. And so, and there's appreciation, Minister, that such tough decisions that get to be made, they are quite unpopular. I think we accept that. And that in making those, surely there will be those that lead to gains, and there may be other losses that get made. And what gets to be important is what other strategies are put in place to minimize the losses that could be made or the harm that could be made. And that is why I would want to still keep you to the post office of tomorrow strategy, so that those employees that may be affected can also be put into better use based on what would have been presented to the committee, so that when you mention SMM is benefiting and all that, in situations where those could still be utilized with the knowledge they have to the post office, as well as the service generally that gets to be given, that those are not left out, especially those who really want to participate in that process. And I think for me, we should really thank the leadership, which is both the political, the ministry, the department, the treasury, the SAPO leadership itself, given that we know it's a skeleton leadership, that you've been able to put proper documents that at the end could help the rescue plan, a rescue plan that is now known to have been voted for, agreed to by creditors, who are the main drivers of this. So that's for me very important, so that as we get to be depressed, that certain things did not happen at the time they were supposed to happen, that there's something that's being done at this point. And surely once SAPO improves, we can then respond also to some of the cries of young people when we're doing the public hearings on the SAPO bill. That of course you also need replenishment in the post offices, so that young people also get an opportunity as they have acquired skills to be of service to the people. So I want you to live with that at least in as far as helping SAPO to turn around, this has been the commitment of the committee, especially on our side, who understand the constituencies we represent, that they need this service more than ever before, but they also say it needs to modernize so that it's relevant with times. So I'm happy that's happening, and the committee must be kept abreast, of course, at all times. I think that's where probably I agree with Honorable Mazone on the committee being informed, so that not all of us learn like the public in the newspapers that this is what is going to happen and so on. And this does not need Honorable Minister every time that we must summon you to come before the committee and explain. But with the communication we have between the portfolio and the ministry, and the openness we've had on our concerns and appreciating where things are done right, even just a write-up to circulate to members of the portfolio committee, so that when we respond to questions in the public, we also do not distort, especially facts about matters, because we have also been presented with such facts. I can only say, as I close on this matter, that what we pray for is that the rescue practitioners are not a permanent feature of SAPO. And for that reason, that cooperation between them and the management and employees of SAPO should help SAPO not to return back once that process passes, and that they have to stand on their own. So that's basically how one looks at that. Of course, noting all concerns that members may have had, and that will continue to engage the matters as they get to be presented to the committee. Is that a point of order, Minister? Because I'm closing.
No. Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to say, one, acknowledge the omission of the SETA situation. I want to make an undertaking that will send something in writing to update you about the developments, about the task team that has been put in place just to make a huge turnaround on the procurement, which is the major problem. So we take counsel from the committee about a number of issues that have been raised. I thought it was important to say that. Thanks, Chairperson.
No, thank you, Minister. That is indeed the summary, honorable members. As I said, would not really keep you, Minister, and your team, as there's still work to be done as we get to the committee items. But you are still free, though, to still stay on the platform. It is not because we are abusing you. I did hear your cry earlier that this committee seems to be working even when we have closed. So it's not that we have to do other things. And we know you are doing that on your side. There's no December because the services to be delivered to our people. Thank you. So we'll release you in that score if you want to be released.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll release the minister and business rescue practitioners and everybody else who would want to release as we get to the two remaining items of the committee. Will you please commit support flight agenda again? Okay. We'll now deal with the draft legacy report of the committee, which will then be presented by the content advisors. I would give max 10 minutes just to give us a sense, because it's still the first draft. And I know that probably it's the new way of doing things, that we have a first draft before the other one that you will still present to the committee. As told in the past, you'll present the last draft, but Parliament is now directed that we participate throughout the process, which is been quite good, that we can make inputs before we get final documents that get to be put before the committee. We'll then allow the content advisors, not sure if it's Mr. Malika, but it will be one of them who's on the line in case the one who was to present has lost connectivity. Immediately after that, and come in to guide on how we need to take the matter forward. Mr. Malika, is that you?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Afternoon, honorable members. Yes, it will be me presenting. Of course, Dr. Midupi is also online, just in case. Well, just to add on this document presentation. Thank you, Chair, for the preamble that you just given. And of course, I was going to put the disclaimer to the members that this is still quite a first draft of the document, and therefore a living document that we hope that together with the inputs from members, we can populate. I wanted to also say that, you know, it's almost always difficult to compress 5 years of work into one document, so to speak. But for that purpose, Parliament did give us a guideline that all committees work through. And really the main thrust of the legacy report is really to provide a kind of empirical view of the activities of the committee, starting firstly with the, you know, ensuring that we capture all the activities of the committee for the current term, as well as looking at how issues of the legacy report were infused into the work of the Committee of Sixth Parliament. Furthermore, it looks into providing suggestions on how future work of the committee should go forward for Seventh Parliament, if that's the case. So perhaps maybe, Chairperson, without going into too much detail into the merits of the report, because like I said, we're still working on trying to populate it as much as possible. But in the main, really what we cover in the document in terms of the work of the committee, if I may make some examples, is, you know, most of the work during Sixth Parliament was really underpinned by the merging of the two departments. As we would all recall that we had two separate departments for the 2014-2019 term of Parliament, and were then fused or merged following the 2019 national elections. So that really underpinned most of the work to ensure that there is a smooth transition to the new department, which is now called the DCDT. The committee also went through a couple of bills, 3 bills to be exact, and one of them which we undertook some public hearings in the process. As was corrected by the chairperson, we also had 2 petitions, which are probably discussed further in the document as well. We also, were underpinned by the instability in terms of the department and the changing of ministries, but also the consistency of members in the committee is part of the issues that we highlight in the report. We also highlight issues around capacity development of members, as was witnessed by the members, that we did undertake a lot of roundtables during the term. We also had a very successful symposium and a couple of seminars that were offered by Wits University, and this is all aligned to the kind of work that we do for the committee. There was a lot of emphasis for the departments to stabilize in terms of filling of vacancies, and the committee also had its fair share on that part in terms of appointment of council and boards that it is responsible for. And last but not last, the issue around COVID-19, which really impacted largely on many sectors, including ours. And I think perhaps the document will really need to touch on that as well. In terms of the future work of the committee, really, we wanted to kind of focus more on the challenges that are coming out of the activities or the observations of the committee. And in the main, it's really to put more focus on the troubled entities, but more so also to ensure that the recommendations of the Auditor General are implemented fully across the portfolio. We also wanted to put more emphasis on ensuring that there is a continuous capacity development for the committee to ensure that we're abreast with the technological developments across the board. The report in the main, Chair, is what it covers, but of course, in the structure, there's other parts of the report which I won't delve into detail where we provide the context and background of the sector, and we look at the methodology of the work of the committee, and the number of stakeholders we interacted with, for instance. And then we do look at the 5-year strategic plans of the committee of the departments during the term. And then the last part of the report really looks at the recommendations of the committee going forward for 7th Parliament. Doc, if I did leave anything out, please do come in, but I thought that I'd just give a synopsis of the overview of the document and to really emphasize that we're at the mercy of the honorable members to ensure that we can populate the document as much as possible going forward. Thank you very much.
If I may, Chair.
Dr. Mitubi.
Good afternoon, Chair. Afternoon to the honorable members. I think Mr. Maleka has covered, extensively on the salient points. What I wanted to raise is just a one point, Chair, on the, the future work of the committee. And I think in retrospect, it is something that we need to really improve on, and that's the international engagement, particularly given the work that has been done within the sector, by the BRICS member states. I think that could also, get to be improved, but that would definitely make sure that becomes part of the recommendations at the end of the report. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. I thought you were sharing the document, but it's fine. Honorable members, that's the draft. Of course, my initial comments on the draft would be that the members are invited. Surely you've had the time to go through the document, which I've also tried to do, that we may need other areas to be consolidated. So for readability of the document, but as well as just plug information gaps that may be there, given that we're talking about a 5-year period, and there have been a number of changes, and in trying to put up a document over a 5-year period, surely there would be some info that drops, which may not be seen significant, but at another level quite important, as will be informing the next parliament. Right. And I think we did the same on our part. We relied on the legacy report. We received a number of actions we have taken were about both addressing matters that were read in the were put in the legacy report, and what we thought should be other things we do as a committee. So the guidance would really be that maybe members may go back, still read through if there are submissions to make. Surely, even if it's in the festive time, you make those so that before the final report comes, those inputs could be looked at and incorporated accordingly, as the purpose is really not to adopt the report at this time, but just to look at whether the draft captures the essence of what would have been directed by Parliament in compiling such a report. Is that agreed, honourable members? Or if you want to make inputs at this point, you can still do, but that will be the guide from the chair's side that I would give to enhance the report.
No. Honourable Chair, I think your proposal, Chair, should be accepted. That we will look at the document and see what else we need to improve. But of course, the perusal of the document, in my view, the structure is correct. It's assisting us to deal with the issues of a handover report to the 7th Parliament. I agree that once we have read it ourselves, even time, we can then comment even to the participants, to the content advisors, what are the issues that we think should be included in the report, and then at last meeting, then we can then accept the report and be presented accordingly by the chairpersons to the Parliament.
Thank you, Honourable Mtakano. I did see Honourable Mazzone, you were saying you're fine.
Chairperson, absolutely. I was agreeing with Honourable Ndakane.
Thank you. An opposing view, so that we wrap up on this side. So the approach is agreed, and members would accordingly make their inputs so that we then wait for the final draft that the committee will consider. Having said so, we will now move to the next item. I take it to be the last item.
Chairperson, minutes of the 21st of November. Thank you.
So I now presented with the minutes of November, 21st November. Can I then have a mover for adoption of minutes and a second?
Chairperson.
Sorry, you wanted to raise a matter on the page?
Yeah, Chairperson Manele, I just wanted to make sure, was my, I missed, if they could just go down to the, if Hajira could just move down to the first page. I just wanted to check attendance.
Yes, apology.
There is, okay, I just wanted to make sure that my apology was noted. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can I then have a mover for adoption from those who are present? And the seconder.
Honorable Chair, I so move.
Honorable Mtagane moves. Can I get a seconder?
I second, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Temple seconds. That there's no objection in us adopting the minutes of the 21st November. And therefore they are agreed to. Comment support?
Chairperson, that's the end of our meeting.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. I know a number of you are on recess, political programs and all that, but you would have taken an important decision of prioritizing this work. So we have now come to that end. Honorable Mazzoni, is that a legacy end or a point of order?
No, Chairperson, it's neither. It's a let's invent something new. It's a point of thanks.
Which is not in the rules.
Can you tell I'm in a December mood, Honourable Chair?
Okay, but let me give you space to speak before we close the meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson. What I really wanted to do was just to say thank you very much to yourself and to all the members of the committee for the well wishes and messages I received over this period that I underwent my spine surgery. It was very much appreciated, and I appreciated the camaraderie and the support received by the committee as well as the committee staff. And I extend my gratitude to you all. And I would like to wish you all a very happy festive season, a very safe festive season, and look forward to working with you all next year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mazzone. Like, as I was saying, honorable members, we really thank you for making the time to attend the committee. And I'm sure in the processing of all the items today, as the committee, we have demonstrated that whilst we may come from different sides, we always remain parliamentarians who put the interest of the people at the center of our work. So if we can do that as we go home now to recharge for the holidays, let's come back a bit stronger and ready to complete what would remain of our 6th term, including the adoption of a legacy report that could be used by the 7th term to really build from there and move forward. Of course, a number of decisions we would have made, resolutions taken, may not be beneficial today, but others would find them beneficial as they come into the space that there was a committee, and we're frank to ourselves of the challenges we have, as well as providing the best solutions within our abilities as a way of doing our oversight work. With that, thanks until we see each other next year. Have a good festive meeting. Stays adjourned.